Text, Mary Frances Picciano Dietary Supplement Research Practicum. Welcome. Agenda, ODS practicum.od.nih.gov/agenda.aspx. Speaker bios. ODS practicum.od.nih.gov/speakers.aspx. How to submit questions. Technical questions in the chat box. Speaker questions in the Q&A panel. A photo of Dr. Mary Frances Picciano, 1946 to 2010. Jaime Gahche.
Okay, so we're going to start. It's 11 a.m. Welcome back to day 3 of the Mary Frances Picciano Dietary Supplement Research Practicum. This is our last day. Thank you to all the attendees yesterday for submitting so many great questions. Please keep them coming. Just a reminder, please to put technical questions in the chat box and questions for the presenters in the Q&A panel. So today we have 2 sessions left, special topics and dietary supplement quality. And we'll be starting off with the special topics moderated by Gretchen Venice. And Gretchen is a scientific and health communications consultant with the NIH's Office of Dietary Supplements. Thank you, Gretchen.
Gretchen Venice.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jaime. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to all of you for being here for our session on special topics. Again, I'll just remind you what Jaime just said, but please put your questions for the speakers in the Q&A box and use the chat mostly for technical support if you need it, please. I also just want to remind you we have 2 speakers and we'll have time for your questions following each speaker. And we're not going to take time to go in depth about introducing each speaker today, but you can learn more about them and see their bios on the speaker information page on the Practicum website. So, okay, well, let's get going. Our first speaker is Carol Haggans. Carol is a scientific and health communications consultant at the Office of Dietary Supplements and will be speaking to us today about dietary supplements, lessons learned from COVID-19. It is my pleasure to introduce Carol.
Carol Haggans.
Okay, thank you, Gretchen. Welcome. It's wonderful to be here. Welcome to everybody in attendance. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And let me know if that goes through okay.
Text, Dietary Supplements and Immunity, Lessons Learned from COVID-19. Carol Haggans, Mississippi, RD. Office of Dietary Supplements, if contractor. The Mary Frances Picciano Dietary Supplement Research Practicum. May 24, 2023. National Institute of Health.
Yes,
how does that look?
Looks
okay.
great.
Great. All right. Yeah. Thank you again, Gretchen, and hello, everybody. So my talk sort of relates to the new normal that we are all experiencing, meeting remotely or in a hybrid format instead of in a conference room. Of course, the COVID-19 public health emergency has ended, but some of the changes to the way we work have remained. And with respect to dietary supplements, many people wonder to what extent could they support immune function and what have we learned from the pandemic. So I will provide some background information about immune function and what we've seen in terms of consumer interest in these types of supplements. And then I'll go into detail about some of the studies that have been completed for certain ingredients.
A microscopic image of a fuzzy spherical ball labeled, natural killer cell. Text, innate immune system. Skin, gut epithelium. Leukocytes, white blood cells. Neutrophils. Macrophages, release cytokines. Natural killer cells. Not specific. Haggans presents from the slides.
So the immune system, and I'll start by saying that I'm a nutritionist, not an immunologist, so this is very brief. But basically, the immune system is a network of cells, tissues, and organs that work together to protect the body. It's comprised of innate responses, which are the first line of defense, and adaptive responses, which become engaged later. And the innate system includes physical barriers, like the skin and the gut epithelium, that help protect and prevent pathogens from entering the body. It also includes leukocytes, which are white blood cells. They attempt to identify and eliminate foreign pathogens. And these components are non-specific. So unlike the adaptive immune system, they don't recognize and respond to specific pathogens. Now, the adaptive immune system, on the other hand, consists of T lymphocytes, which are also called T cells, and B cells that secrete antibodies into the blood and tissues. And both of these are pathogen specific. Now, the adaptive response takes several days or weeks to develop, but it generates immunological memory. So a subsequent exposure to the same pathogen leads to a vigorous and rapid immune response. And vaccinations target the adaptive immune system, protecting us from exposure to the same pathogen in the future.
A microscopic image of a cluster of yellow dots in a wavy pink and blue background labeled SARS-CoV-2.
And the body's immune system, or its response, can lead to inflammation. And this is very relevant for COVID-19 and many other diseases, because inflammation helps eliminate a pathogen and initiate the healing process, but it can also cause problems. For example, activation of CD8 T cells can increase inflammation and cause pulmonary damage, and this can lead to acute respiratory distress syndrome. Also, some COVID-19 patients experience what's called a cytokine storm, which is a critical condition caused by excessive production of inflammatory cytokines. And this increases disease severity and risk of death. So keeping the body's inflammatory response in check is an important component of disease management.
A graph titled Dietary Supplement Sales, Cold Flu, and Immunity, showing a sharp increase in 2020 that slowly goes down.
Now, turning to dietary supplements, this chart shows sales for supplements that are promoted for immune health. On the first day of the Practicum, Dr. Gahche noted how supplement sales really increased in 2020, and that was definitely true for this category. There was steady growth since 2016, where sales were about $3 billion. And then during 2020, sales for this category reached $5.9 billion. And this was undoubtedly due to COVID-19. Sales for 2021 dipped slightly compared to 2020, but were still well above pre-pandemic figures. And for 2022, sales figures haven't been finalized just yet, but they're estimated to have continued to decline somewhat, but again, still well above the pre-pandemic values.
A pie chart labeled Dietary Supplement Ingredients, Cold Flu and Immunity. Multivitamins 22%, Vitamin C 18%, Multiple Herbs 13%, Homeopathic Products, Drugs, 9%. Prebiotics and Probiotics, 8%. Elderberry 7%. Other 23%.
And this is a breakdown of ingredients that are commonly found in these products. Multivitamins at 22%, and vitamin C at 18% top the list, followed by herbs at 13%, prebiotics and probiotics at 8%, and elderberry specifically at 7%.
An article titled, With Omicron Variant on the Rise, FTC Orders More Marketers to Stop Falsely Claiming Their Products Can Effectively Prevent or Treat COVID-19. Commission targets deceptive and misleading ads placed on social media platforms, including posts from multi-level marketing companies and their distributors.
And of course, these dietary supplements, like others, are not intended to prevent or treat disease, and they aren't allowed to be marketed for that. That's the role of vaccines and medications. But false claims about dietary supplements can be found. On Monday, Mary Johnson from the FTC mentioned that during the pandemic, they targeted products labeled as dietary supplements that were being illegally advertised for preventing or treating COVID. Here's an example of one of these bulletins from FTC from last year. We're out of the pandemic phase now for COVID, but there is still a lot of interest in respect to dietary supplements and immune function more broadly. So where does the science stand?
Text, Dietary Supplements and Immunity?
Well, in terms of supplement ingredients, we know that many vitamins and minerals, including vitamins A, C, D, and E, zinc, and selenium, are important for proper immune function, as are essential fatty acids and some amino acids. And we know that deficiencies of these nutrients can increase susceptibility to infection. But assuming someone is getting sufficient amounts, the big question is, does getting more as supplements help? As far as other ingredients like botanicals and probiotics, they don't have essential roles in the body, but do they affect immune function or inflammation? And unfortunately, for many of these ingredients, we simply don't have as much information as we would like. But what I'd like to do is go into some detail about several ingredients and what we have learned from studies involving COVID. And I'll start with vitamin D because that has garnered a lot of attention. So as you all know, vitamin D has well-established effects on calcium absorption and bone health. Adults need 15 to 20 micrograms, which is 600 to 800 IUs using the old units per day. And vitamin D status is commonly measured by serum concentrations of 25-hydroxy-D. Now, optimal concentrations aren't precisely defined, but usually levels at or above 50 nanomoles per liter, which is the same as 20 nanograms per milliliter, are considered adequate for bone health and overall health. But studies often use different cutoffs for identifying deficiency and sufficiency states. And in addition, assessing vitamin D status is complicated by variability of the available assays. So getting sufficient amounts of vitamin D is also important for proper immune function. It might lower viral replication rates, suppress inflammation, and increase levels of T regulatory cells and their activity. Vitamin D deficiency can increase the body's susceptibility to infection, and many studies have examined whether supplementation helps reduce the risk of respiratory tract infections. So findings from these supplementation studies have been mixed, and they're complicated by widely differing doses and administration schedules, as well as baseline vitamin D status in differing populations. But overall, the evidence suggests that supplementation might have some very modest effects. There was a 2021 meta-analysis published in Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology. It examined the effects of vitamin D supplementation on the risk of acute respiratory infections, and it included 46 RCTs and a total of a little over 75,000 subjects, children, adults, and older adults included. And the meta-analysis showed that vitamin D supplementation had a modest but statistically significant effect on the risk of developing one or more acute respiratory tract infections, which was the primary outcome. The pooled odds ratio was 0.92, so it was an 8% reduced risk, and there was a low risk of bias for all but 3 trials. Now, following this publication, there were a couple of negative trials that didn't find any benefits of vitamin D supplementation. So as I said, the relationship is still a little unclear, but there might be something there.
An article titled, "Over 200 Scientists and Doctors Call for Increased Vitamin D Use to Combat COVID-19."
As far as COVID is concerned, toward the start of the pandemic, many scientists and health professionals recommended increased vitamin D intakes. Here's an open letter that was signed by more than 200 scientists and doctors recommending that adults increase vitamin D intakes, and that those with low levels or those who haven't had their levels tested take vitamin D supplements. But of course, this was very early in the pandemic, and the important question is, what does the science say, and what have we learned since then?
A bar graph titled 25-0 D and COVID-19 Patients versus Controls showing lower levels in the patients with COVID-19 compared with controls.
Well, many, but not all, but many observational studies do show associations between lower vitamin D concentration or vitamin D deficiency and higher risk of COVID-19, as well as severity of disease. And I should note that many of these studies, like this one, were conducted before vaccines were developed. Here's a study from Spain. It examined 25-hydroxy-D levels in hospitalized patients with COVID. Those are depicted by the bars in black. And it compared them with healthy or with levels in healthy controls. And they found lower levels in the patients with COVID-19 compared with controls. And they also found higher rates of vitamin D deficiency in the patients with COVID-19.
A study titled Vitamin D Deficiency in COVID-19 Patients versus Control.
There was a study in China that examined 25-hydroxy-D concentrations, and it also found significantly lower concentrations in the patients with COVID than in controls. And the results showed that vitamin D deficiency was associated with more severe disease.
A study titled Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis of Effect of Vitamin D Levels on the Incidence of COVID-19.
There was a systematic review and meta-analysis of 13 observational studies and over 14,000 participants that examined associations between vitamin D levels and the incidence of COVID. It found that low serum levels are significantly associated with the risk of infection. So this suggests that if someone has low vitamin D levels, they might be more likely to get COVID. As I mentioned, there's similar research showing associations between low vitamin D status and more severe disease. But of course, these are observational studies, so they do constitute a signal, but they can't prove cause and effect.
Vitamin D, reverse causality. 2 graphs show plasma vitamin D and plasma cytokines levels over several hours.
And there are some other important considerations when analyzing correlations with vitamin D levels. First, it's important to consider when the vitamin D levels were measured in order to rule out reverse causality, meaning that the disease might have caused the low vitamin D levels. In this study from the Netherlands, there were healthy male volunteers that received a bolus of E. coli-derived lipopolysaccharide, followed by a continuous infusion for 3 hours in order to induce systemic inflammation. And vitamin D levels were measured simultaneously. So this chart shows that as plasma cytokines increased to a peak at 3 hours, vitamin D levels decreased significantly. Now this makes sense because vitamin D is a negative acute phase reactant, so vitamin D levels decrease in response to inflammation. And of course, we know that systemic inflammation occurs in COVID-19. So what this means is that any vitamin D measurements taken shortly before or after a COVID diagnosis, like when someone is admitted to the hospital, are likely to be reduced due to disease onset. So you really need to consider vitamin D levels before someone comes down with COVID or another illness.
Vitamin D and COVID-19 confounders. A table shows associations between vitamin D and confirmed COVID-19.
Now, it's also important to consider confounders such as obesity and race. For example, many African Americans and people who have obesity have lower vitamin D status, as well as more severe COVID. This was an analysis of data from the UK Biobank, which is a prospective population-based cohort of about 500,000 people across centers at the UK. And it examined associations between vitamin D concentration and status and confirmed SARS-CoV-2 infection in about 1,500 people who were tested for COVID. So in the univariate analysis, vitamin D concentrations and deficiency were significantly associated with confirmed infection. But after adjustment for covariates, which included ethnicity and BMI category, the associations no longer held.
Estimated COVID-19 rates by most recent vitamin D level. 3 graphs show vitamin D before COVID-19 in overall sample, Black individuals, and white individuals.
Now, this was an interesting retrospective study by Dr. David Meltzer and colleagues from the University of Chicago. It examined associations between vitamin D levels and COVID-19 test results, and the vitamin D was measured during the previous year, but not within 14 days of COVID-19 testing. And they analyzed the data by race. The overall sample is on the left, and then it's broken down by Black and white individuals. The middle figure shows that Black individuals with 25-hydroxy-D levels below 40 nanograms per milliliter had higher risk of COVID than those with higher levels. But in the figure on the right, there were no associations between vitamin D levels and COVID-19 risk among white individuals.
Effect of single high-dose vitamin D3 on hospital length of stay in patients with moderate to severe COVID-19. 2 charts show hospital length of stay for all patients and patients with 25-hydroxyvitamin D deficiency.
So the relationship between vitamin D and COVID risk and disease severity, are complicated. There was a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trial on vitamin D that was conducted in Brazil. It was in 240 hospitalized patients with moderate to severe COVID. It was published in JAMA, and it was conducted before vaccines were developed. It examined the effects of a single oral dose of 5,000 micrograms, which is 200,000 IUs, of vitamin D3 versus placebo, and it was administered about 10 days after symptom onset. And the mean baseline level among participants of vitamin D was 52.3 nanomoles per liter. So right on that borderline for adequate status. Now the chart on the left shows data for all patients, and the chart on the right is just the 115 patients with a vitamin D deficiency at baseline. And what these charts show is that vitamin D treatment did not significantly reduce the length of hospitalization. It also did not affect the risk of mortality while hospitalized, ICU administration or admission, or need for mechanical ventilation, even for the vitamin D deficient patients. And there was a follow-on analysis of just the 32 patients with severe vitamin D deficiency, which was defined as less than 10 nanograms per milliliter at baseline, and it also found no effects. There was also a post-hoc analysis of pre-specified and exploratory secondary outcomes for this trial. It was published in AJCN. It examined the effects on cytokines, chemokines, and growth factor, and it found no significant differences between groups.
The Vitamin D for COVID-19 VIVID trial, a cluster randomized design.
Now, looking ahead, I wanted to mention a trial where results should be available soon, and that's the VIVID trial with Dr. Joanne Manson's group out of Harvard. Its planned enrollment is 2,700 subjects, although I believe the final numbers were a little bit over 2,000 according to clinicaltrials.gov. It's adults 18 years and older. And roughly half of the subjects are newly diagnosed with COVID. The others are their close household contacts who are not vaccinated. And the subjects were randomly assigned to take 9,000 IUs of vitamin D3 per day for 2 days, and then 3,200 IUs for days 3 through 28, or matched placebo. The primary outcome is for newly diagnosed individuals is the occurrence of hospitalization and or mortality. So for the close household contacts, they were taking 3,200 IUs vitamin D3 or placebo for days 3 through 28. And the key secondary outcomes included symptom severity scores among cases and infection status for the close household contacts. So this is looking at both reducing the severity of infection and reducing the risk of infection in household contact. And we'll see what the findings show when the results are available. So where we stand is that the current NIH COVID-19 treatment guidelines state that the data are insufficient to recommend either a for or against the use of vitamin D to prevent or treat COVID-19. But it is important to get enough vitamin D. So the bottom line is people should ensure that they're meeting the RDAs for vitamin D through food or a supplement if needed to keep their vitamin D status at a healthy level. But beyond that, it's not clear whether taking a supplement is necessarily beneficial. And of course, like many nutrients, getting too much vitamin D can be harmful. The UL is 400 or 4,000 IUs, which is the same as 100 micrograms for anyone aged 9 or older. So you want to ensure you're getting enough, but not too much.
Other vitamins and minerals.
And I mentioned that other nutrients are also important for immune health, like vitamin C, zinc, selenium, vitamin E, and others. Same message here. Ensure sufficient intakes from the diet, and if needed, a supplement. And we do have dietary supplement fact sheets on our website. Joyce Merle mentioned those yesterday in one of the breakout sessions. They list all of the recommended intakes, food sources, and health effects.
ods.on.nih.gov/factsheets/list-all.
And they also address safety, such as the ULs, common medication interactions, like vitamin K and the blood thinner warfarin. Or in some cases, supplements might interfere or with lab tests, such as high doses of blood biotin that can interfere with thyroid hormone measurements. So those are all safety considerations to be aware of that we cover in our fact sheets.
Probiotics. A microscopic image of chains of yellow oblong shapes.
So I'd like to turn to a few other types of ingredients, starting with probiotics, because they have also garnered some attention with respect to immune function in COVID-19. They are live microorganisms such as bacteria and yeast, and their amounts are measured in colony-forming units, or CFUs, which indicate the number of viable cells. Common amounts vary, but they're on the order of 1 billion or 10 billion CFUs. And probiotics act mainly in the gastrointestinal tract, where they might improve immune function. Now, one important consideration for probiotics is that research findings for one variety or strain can't be extrapolated to others, and this can make it difficult to compare or combine the results from different studies. But in general, probiotics do have a very good safety profile for healthy people. So probiotics have been examined for both diarrhea and respiratory illnesses. For infectious diarrhea in children, some earlier studies looked promising, but results from recent studies have been conflicting. A 2020 Cochrane review concluded that probiotics do not appear to affect the risk of acute diarrhea that lasts 48 hours or longer. For gastroenteritis, a recent position paper from SFAN made weak recommendations for certain strains, but also noted that some strains have not been shown to be effective, so they recommend against them, not for safety concerns, but just because they don't appear to be helpful. As far as respiratory tract infections, several systematic reviews and meta-analyses found that probiotics appear to have beneficial effects on some, but not all outcomes, and they might benefit patients with ventilator-associated pneumonia. But there is significant trial heterogeneity, which limits the strength of the findings. So what about COVID? Well, there have been a few small human studies of varying quality, and that's important to keep in mind, varying quality. Here is one of them. It was conducted in 200 adults hospitalized with COVID and pneumonia. All patients received medications, and 99 received a probiotic 3 times a day for up to 14 days. The other patients did not. There was no placebo, just a control group.
Effect of probiotics on survival in COVID-19 patients. 3 graphs show results for all patients, patients with CVD, and patients with diabetes.
And these are the results for survival, which was one of the main outcomes. On the left is all patients. The middle is just patients with cardiovascular disease, and the right is patients with diabetes. And the dotted lines are those who received the probiotics, and the solid lines are those who didn't, which was the control group. Again, no placebo control. And what these figures show is that there were no significant differences. There were also no significant differences on duration of disease, hospital length of stay, rates of ICU admission, need for mechanical ventilation or oxygen support, or liver injury or changes in inflammatory biomarkers.
Are probiotics helpful for COVID-19?
Now here's another one. It was a randomized placebo-controlled trial in Spain. This was in 300 adults aged 18 to 60 with symptomatic COVID, but who were not hospitalized. They had a median time from first symptoms to study inclusion of 4 days, and they took either a probiotic formulation or placebo for 30 days, and the subjects were recruited during 2020, so this was before vaccinations were available.
A table of outcome figures.
And for primary outcomes, the first was complete remission at 30 days. 78 in the probiotic group achieved remission compared with 41 in the placebo group, and this difference was statistically significant, so the probiotics were helpful for that outcome. But for the other primary outcomes, subjects requiring hospitalization or ICU stay and death, actually none of the subjects progressed to any of these in either treatment, so those outcomes couldn't be evaluated.
Secondary outcomes. 2 graphs show viral load and chest X-ray score.
For secondary outcomes, viral load and chest X-ray score, which was among patients who had displayed lung infiltrates, compared with placebos, probiotics did significantly reduce viral load at days 15 and 30, and they also improved chest X-ray score, indicating less severe lung infiltrates. Patients with probiotics also self-reported significantly fewer days of symptoms. So what can happen among studies is that we often see conflicting findings. Now, obviously, the trial designs and outcomes are often very different, as is the quality of trials, and those are all important considerations when evaluating the strength of the findings. And of course, with probiotics, you have the additional consideration of such a wide variety of product formulations, so we can't form any definitive conclusions at this time.
Omega-3 fatty acids.
Now, omega-3 fatty acids are also getting some attention for immune function in COVID. They are the essential polyunsaturated fatty acids that are found in fatty fish and other seafood, fish oil, as well as flaxseed and some other seeds and nuts. The majority of research focuses on the long chain omega-3s, namely EPA and DHA. They are the forms found in fatty fish. ALA is the form found in plant foods. And omega-3s can affect inflammation and possibly immune function. They form eicosanoids that are less potent mediators of inflammation than the eicosanoids that are made from omega-6 fatty acids, which is the other major class of PUFAs. Omega-3s might also lower levels of inflammatory cytokines. As far as their safety, omega-3s are, of course, present in many foods. Supplements don't have any safety concerns when used as recommended. The FDA states that up to 5 grams a day is safe. And a survey early in the pandemic among over 350,000 UK residents found that people who reported using omega-3s at least 3 times per week for 3 months or longer had a 12% lower risk of becoming infected with COVID. But as Dr. Sesso and other speakers have discussed, this finding is confounded by the fact that people who take supplements, such as omega-3s, are likely to have other healthy behaviors, and that could impact this finding.
UK Biobank, plasma DHA and risk of COVID-19. 3 graphs show plasma DHA percent.
There was a recent study from Dr. Bill Harris's group that was published just a couple of months ago in AJCN. It examined data from the UK Biobank, and for this study, the researchers had baseline plasma DHA percentages for a little over 110,000 people, and these were the primary outcomes. In the first figure, this shows the 5 quintiles of plasma percent DHA from the lowest in the first quintile to the highest in the 5th along the x-axis, and the y-axis is the percent that tested positive. So what this figure shows is that participants with higher DHA levels had a lower risk of testing positive, and these findings were statistically significant. In the fully adjusted model, in fact, individuals in the 5th quintile were 21% less likely to test positive than those in the first. Similarly, for hospitalization, also statistically significant findings. Those in the 5th quintile had a 26% lower risk of being hospitalized than those in the first. Now, for death, it was a little more complex. Here, the risk of death in the 4th quintile was significantly lower than in the first, but in the fully adjusted model, there was no significant difference between the 5th quintile or any of the other quintiles other than the 4th and the 1st quintile. Now, of course, this is an observational study, but it does suggest associations between higher intakes of omega-3s, particularly DHA, and risk of COVID-19 and severity of disease. Now, a couple of clinical trials have been conducted called Prepare It using IPE, which is a prescription form of the omega-3 fatty acid of EPA that was discussed yesterday a little bit during Dr. Betz's talk. So to be clear, this is not a dietary supplement, it's a medication, but it is still a form of EPA. And the results were presented on 2021.
1,712 healthy adults, mean age 40.5 years. 8 grams EPA for 3 days, 4 grams for 60 days versus placebo, mineral oil. No significant effect on SARS-CoV-2 infection.
Prepare It examined the effects of a fairly high dose of IPE, 8 grams for 3 days, followed by 4 grams for 60 days versus placebo. And it was a mineral oil placebo. And it was in healthy adults who didn't have any known prior SARS-CoV-2 infection or vaccination, in order to see if the supplements affected infection rates, and there was no statistically significant effect.
2,052 adults, mean age 53 years, with COVID-19 diagnosis within 7 days. 8 grams EPA for 3 days, 4 grams for days 4 to 28 versus placebo.
Now, Prepare It 2 was conducted in adults with a positive COVID-19 diagnosis, similar dosing regimen, but only for 28 days, and it was versus a mineral oil placebo. And there was a trend for improvement, but the IPE had no statistically significant effect on hospitalization or death, although the researchers noted that the study was underpowered and recommended further research. So, while observational studies do show some correlations between higher blood levels of omega-3s, indicative of higher omega-3 intakes, and lower risk of infection and severity of disease, it's not clear whether supplements are beneficial.
Elderberry. A photo of a cluster of small deep purple berries.
And finally, I'd like to briefly discuss the botanical elderberry. So elderberry is the fruit of the European elder tree. And some of its compounds might have anti-inflammatory, antiviral, and antimicrobial effects that might stimulate the immune system. But one of the challenges with botanicals that Dr. Betts, Dr. Hardy, and Dr. Sorkin discussed yesterday is their chemical complexity. And there is variability in the levels of active compounds, and they're difficult to standardize. So this does complicate the evaluation of their potential health effects. But for elderberry, there was a 2021 systematic review that included 5 trials. It found that elderberry might reduce the duration and severity of the common cold and flu, but not the risk of the common cold. However, it's important to note that the evidence is uncertain because of the few number of studies, and the quality of those studies was rated as low. Dr. Betts yesterday touched on the importance of high quality trials, including for botanicals like elderberry. As far as its safety, the bark, leaves, seeds, and raw or unripe fruit contain a cyanogenic glycoside that's potentially toxic, but the heat from cooking destroys this toxin. So cooked elderberry, thankfully, like elderberry pie, is safe. And properly prepared elderberry supplements also don't pose this safety concern. There has also been some reports of supplement adulteration, either because the supplements are highly diluted or they contain a cheaper ingredient such as black rice extract instead of elderberry. Now, as I mentioned, elderberry supplement sales soared toward the beginning of the pandemic, with people hoping that they might be helpful against COVID. But although there are a few studies in progress examining the effects with respect to COVID, the results are not yet available. So there's a lot of interest, but the evidence just isn't there.
Dietary supplements and immune function. A photo of a variety of pills.
But to come full circle, so even for the better studied ingredients like vitamin D, we don't have enough information to recommend for or against their use. People should ensure that they're consuming a healthy diet, are getting sufficient amounts of all nutrients. Supplements can help boost intakes, but they can't take the place of a healthy diet. And it is important to consider the ULs. And of course, supplements can never take the place of vaccines or medication. For non-nutrient supplements like herbs and probiotics, the evidence is even less conclusive. And for some of these ingredients, their safety is less well studied. Certainly, we know less about safety than for vitamins and minerals and other nutrients. And one important point, Dr. Dwyer also mentioned this on Monday, some people are hesitant to talk about dietary supplement use. So if you're working in the healthcare field, ask your patients about supplement use and keep the lines of communication open so that you can give them appropriate and evidence-based advice. And finally, as I mentioned, we have fact sheets on dietary supplement ingredients on our website, so you can refer to them for more details about safety and effectiveness. Here is our webpage that has our full list of dietary supplement fact sheets that cover vitamins and minerals, some herbs, probiotics, omega-3s, and other ingredients. And we do have some that are condition specific, including dietary supplements for weight loss and exercise and athletic performance. And here's a link to our fact sheet that we developed on dietary supplements in the time of COVID-19. Here's a screenshot of the first page of our COVID-19 health professional fact sheet. After an introduction, it goes into detail about several ingredients, some of which I covered today and others I didn't have time for. Like most of our fact sheets, we have versions for health professionals that are fully referenced, and for consumers, those are less detailed and provide a more general overview. And the consumer version is available in both English and Spanish. And we have a new fact sheet that is broader, dietary supplements and immune function. It's close to being finished, and we expect to post it sometime in the next few weeks. We'll announce it through our email subscription list. You can sign up for our email list on our website, and we'll also announce it via social media. So you can follow us on those channels for that information, as well as for other newsletters and announcements from our office.
Facebook at nih.ods. Twitter at nih_ODS. Connect with us on LinkedIn.
And before I finish, I'd just like to acknowledge other members of the ODS fact sheet writing team. Paul Thomas, who has led the program for many years, as well as Gretchen Venice, Debbie Berline, and Ann Jameson. All of them have contributed to the research, development, and writing of our library of fact sheets for health professionals and consumers. I'd also like to thank the rest of the ODS communications team and scientific staff who review all of our fact sheets for clarity, accuracy, and balance. And finally, there are numerous external experts who also serve as reviewers of our fact sheets, and we are very thankful for them. So thank you very much for your attention. I've listed my contact information here, as well as our website link, our office email address, and our social media handles. And I also have a list of references that's linked from the Practicum agenda on the website. So you can refer to that for all of the publications I covered. And I'll be happy to take some questions.
Gretchen Venice.
Great. Carol, thank you. Wow, that was wonderful. Very thorough. Thank you. Okay, we do have a couple questions. So, and yes, I see a couple more just came in. So please post your questions. I will just start at the top. What challenges do you see for probiotics and submitting NDINs? Can you speak to that?
Carol Haggans.
That's not a question I necessarily can answer. NDI, I assume you're talking about new dietary ingredient notifications, which is something that the FDA handles. I'm sorry, I don't really have information about that. I can put a link in the chat after the Q&A session, that takes you to information on NDIs from the FDA, but they would really be the ones that would be involved with that.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, great, thank you. There is a comment, thank you for the interesting talk, especially on omega-3 ethyl esters. So I wanted to let you know that. And then also there's a question, who would be a candidate for taking IPE or icosapent ethyl?
Carol Haggans.
That's a tough question. And the first thing we always recommend is talk to your healthcare provider for advice. IPE, as I mentioned, is a medication. I can't recommend a particular product, even a dietary supplement, let alone a medication for a particular individual. I do know that in general, fish oil, EPA, DHA, prescription medications like IPE are largely being studied for heart disease. We do know that long-chain omega-3s help reduce the risk of heart disease, mainly from foods, but supplements might also have some beneficial effects. They do reduce triglyceride levels. As I said, most of the research is on seafood, actually consuming these from food, showing that people who have higher intakes of fish and other forms of seafood have lower risk of heart disease. Information and data from the trials, Joe Betts discussed some of these yesterday, on fish oil supplements are not as clear cut, although they do reduce triglyceride levels. So that would really be a question that someone should ask their healthcare provider, for recommendations. But I think a general advice for most people is that increased consumption of fish, fatty fish, and seafood to potentially boost your intakes of DHA and EPA might have some overall health benefits.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, one more question, I think a little bit related to the trial with omega-3 that you mentioned. Does mineral oil have a dose-related diarrhea effect?
Carol Haggans.
I believe it might. And Joe Betts discussed yesterday, I don't know if everyone in attendance saw that. Yesterday, Joe Betts discussed the fact that mineral oil is not necessarily considered a inert placebo because it might actually have some negative health effects. Corn oil is another option for placebo. So that's one thing that came up with the strength trial, or I'm sorry, not the strength trial, a different trial. I don't remember the name right now, but I'll put it in the chat later. That fact that if there's a mineral oil placebo, that can actually potentially cause detrimental effects. So I believe it was a study with IPE, not the strength trial, that I believe used a corn oil placebo, a study with IPE looking at heart disease that found some beneficial effects, but the placebo was mineral oil. And so that was a concern that some people raised in terms of the effects of that study.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, here's a question. Thank you for the great talk. How does this translate to label claims? Any key watchouts?
Carol Haggans.
Again, that's a good question for the FDA. I do believe that the label claim, and don't quote me on this because I'm not part of the FDA, but I do believe that they are allowed to say that they support immune function or something, or support a healthy immune system. But as far as, you know, there really is a separation between research and what's allowed on label claims. You know, dietary supplements are not intended to prevent or treat disease, and they are not allowed to be marketed. So if any study showed that a supplement was helpful for a particular condition, that would be, you know, something with the FDA as far as, or the FTC as far as what's allowed in advertising and on label claims. So this doesn't, you know, the findings from these studies that I presented and others do not relate to label claims.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll just add for the person who asked the question, the FDA has great resources and guidance on label claim information. So
yeah, we can put some of those links in the chat too. Be happy to do that after this.
Okay, good idea. Okay, thank you, Dr. Haggans, for this important information. Does the ODS consider inflammation and inflammatory related claims to be under the category of immune function?
Carol Haggans.
Again, that really gets at claims. And so that just isn't something that we can address as part of ODS. We sponsor research on dietary supplement ingredients to understand their health effects, but we don't get involved with label claims, whether it's inflammation or others. I would refer that person to FDA.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay. There's another, thank you for your informative lecture. Carol, I'm just going to ask you, we've talked about the dietary supplements are not intended to treat, prevent, or cure disease. So why then are we discussing today dietary supplements and COVID-19?
Carol Haggans.
I think that's an excellent question. You know, and we wrestled with that early on. You know, when the pandemic hit. You know, the fact that, you know, you've heard it many times, I've said it, you know, they're not intended to prevent or treat diseases. They can't be marketed for that. They're intended to supplement the diet and support overall health. You know, and as Dr. Betts noted yesterday, ODS doesn't support treatment research. But two things, you know, early on in the pandemic, there were no vaccines, there were no treatments. People were looking for anything. As I showed in some early charts, you know, sales increased at that time of dietary supplements because people were hoping they might find something that could, you know, give them a little bit of an edge. And there was a lot of misinformation on social media, the internet, and we thought it was important to address that, you know, not just leave a vacant hole, you know, to do what was right for the public, to let them know where the science really does stand. And there were a lot of researchers at the time writing editorials. You know, there was no evidence for COVID-19, obviously, very early in the pandemic. But I mentioned the group of scientists with vitamin D that recommended increased vitamin D intakes. You know, there were researchers that were saying, hey, you know, we know that some of these ingredients support immune health. So might they be something to look at for COVID? And we just thought it was important to get that information out there so that people knew where the science stood. And so that's why we developed the fact sheet on COVID-19 a few years ago, and now are developing one that's broader on immune function.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Now, a couple people have asked this question, so I'm going to ask you. We have about 2 or 3 minutes left before we move on to our next speaker. Vitamin C, zinc, echinacea, you haven't really mentioned.
Right.
Can you tell us a little bit more about any evidence for their use?
Carol Haggans.
Yeah, and that might take more than a few minutes, but yeah, vitamin C and zinc are often promoted for immune function. They are, as I showed it in a chart, popular supplements that people you know, take in support of immune health. I didn't have time to cover them. For vitamin C, there is some evidence. There was a Cochrane review several years ago that found that taking vitamin C supplements like 200 milligrams a day or more did not affect the risk of getting the common cold in the general population, but it did among people exposed to extreme stress, like marathon runners, skiers, and soldiers. But that was for the common cold. For COVID, there was the COVID A to Z clinical trial that examined the effects of, it was 8,000 milligrams of ascorbic acid, vitamin C, and 50 milligrams of zinc or both for 10 days, along with standard of care, and none of the supplements shortened symptom duration. In fact, the study was stopped early due to futility. Zinc lozenges have been studied for the common cold, and there is some evidence that they might reduce the duration of the common cold, but not the severity of signs and symptoms. But I guess, again, that's the common cold. Echinacea, briefly, it's that beautiful purple coneflower that we see late in summer. Dr. Betts discussed it briefly yesterday for prevention of experimental rhinovirus colds. There are a few different species, there was a Cochrane review, I think it was in 2014. It concluded that echinacea might have a weak ability to reduce the risk of colds, but it doesn't appear to help treat colds. And for COVID, there have been a few small trials and results have been mixed. So it's really not clear at this time. But those are definitely three ingredients that a lot of people do ask about. So thanks for asking that question.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, great. Okay, good. Well, you have a couple more questions that I believe, can you answer them directly with the people who asked?
Carol Haggans.
I'd be happy to. Yes, I'll stay on the rest of the day and answer as many as I can in the chat, and also put in the chat the some of those links that I discussed earlier to some of those different trials. So thank you.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, thank you, Carol. And we will now move on to our second speaker here in our special topics session. Again, thank you for putting your questions for the speaker in the Q&A box. And again, so I'm now happy to introduce Dr. Jeff Chen. And I just want to remind you, I'm not going to do a full introduction here, but you can read his bio at the speaker information page on the Practicum website. But briefly, Dr. Chen is a co-founder and CEO of Radicle Science. And he is here to speak with us today about how to use virtualization and AI for supplement research trials. So thank you, Dr. Chen.
Jeff Chen.
Great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Wonderful.
well.
Thank you, Gretchen. And I'll share my screen. And how's that looking?
Text, Radicle Science. How to leverage virtualization and AI to make supplement trials cheaper, faster, better.
Looks good. Looks
Great,
good.
wonderful. Well, I'm really excited to present here today. Obviously, this is a topic that many of us in and outside of clinical trials are hearing about, in particular, the conversations around AI that have just exploded over the last 6 months. So it's really exciting to talk about how we can harness these technologies to make trials, specifically supplement trials, more affordable, more rapid, have greater diversity, and with more statistical power. And so very briefly about my background, I trained in the physician executive program at UCLA, after which I started a research center in UCLA focused on natural products research and ran clinical trials there for a number of years. And about 2 years ago, launched Radicle Science. And the idea was, how can we make trials cheaper, faster, better using the latest technology? Very briefly on Radicle Science, and this is kind of where I've come face to face with so much of these technologies to be able to talk about today how you can incorporate this into your trials. We are a public benefit corporation, so we are a B Corp, we're on a social mission, and we pioneered this concept of proof as a service. And how can you deliver rigorous clinical trials more affordably, more rapidly, and at larger scale, involving greater sample sizes, more diverse populations. And much of this is done through the power of AI and virtualization.
Fully decentralized clinical trials, DCTs.
And so when you talk about virtual trials, another common term you might hear used particularly in the pharma space is decentralized trials. And the defining feature of a decentralized trial is one where the amount of physical visits that a participant has to endure is reduced or entirely eliminated altogether. And so for the purposes of the rest of this talk, I'm going to talk about fully decentralized trials, also known as 100% virtual trials. The reason being, when you go from, say, needing a participant to go to a trial site 5 times to 1 time, you've definitely reduced the burden on them. You've also reduced the burden on, say, the researchers. But going from needing 1 site visit or physical activity to 0, you dramatically alter the capabilities and possibilities and opportunities with the trial. So it's not a linear improvement, it is a step function change. And I'll talk more about that throughout this talk. So again, I really want us to start thinking about how can we run fully decentralized 100% virtual trials. And such trials will be defined by features as having no sites whatsoever. You don't need even, and even for things like biomarker specimen collection, that would be done at home so that you don't need to have people go to, say, a Quest or a LabCorp. Recruitment's done fully virtually. Screening and consent are done virtually as well. There's much fewer intermediaries as well. You don't have multiple sites. Each site has a site PI. Each site has a research coordinator. You're directly sending product to the participant's home. You're directly capturing data from participants from their oftentimes existing devices that they already own. And this data collection can be in the form of validated PROs. It can be in the form of wearables, all the way from consumer grade wearables like Fitbits or Rings Apple Watches, all the way to, you can send special purpose blood pressure cuffs and a variety of other devices. You can also do clinical assessments via telemedicine. Obviously, you may be somewhat limited in the types of assessments you can do, but if a clinical assessment is necessary, and in some instances it may not be at all, you can do it via telemedicine and maintain that full decentralization. And you can even do at-home sample collection. The last few years, we've seen a tremendous expansion in the capabilities of what we can do with small amounts of biomarkers. And so whether it's saliva or blood or stool, there's now an opportunity to send these kits that are designed for participants to provide these specimens at home. And you would be amazed at the range of tests that can be run on these. And there's, again, a plethora of labs that are CLIA certified that have validated tests for these biomarkers and specimens. Now, obviously, there's certain, for instance, blood tests where you need a large volume of blood to be able to run the test. Those may not lend themselves so well to a fully decentralized trial, but again, you'd be amazed at the types of common blood tests that you could run just off of a finger prick dried blood smear card that the participants can mail to a CLIA certified lab.
Common concerns with DCTs.
Now, there's also many concerns with decentralized trials. One is the technology requirements, both on the researchers and on the participants. And again, luckily, especially since COVID, there's been a plurality of technologies developed to allow you as a researcher to run a fully decentralized trial without having to build any custom software. There's many, many different types of companies and offerings, some serving more pharma space, others that were more kind of open source academic projects to give academic researchers the ability to run decentralized trials. Now, in terms of technology that participants might need, there's also been a tremendous growth and an adoption of these technologies. 97% of American adults have a cell phone, 85% have a smartphone. So you could run a decentralized trial involving 97% of eligible Americans. 97% would be eligible if you're running it based off, say, text message. And then with the smartphone, you have the opportunity to send them, say, links that can open up web apps with more sophisticated surveys or opportunities to collect data, all the way to installed apps on their phone that can allow you to pull data from the wearables or from the phone itself. And this is without needing to, again, build your own software to run the trial or to have to buy a bunch of smartphones to mail to participants. So ways for you to leverage software that's already been created and devices that participants already have. There's also this concern with engagement with decentralized trials. And in fact, what you actually see, and I'll share a little bit more later, is that engagement actually improves. You actually have less attrition with decentralized trials, presumably because of the less burden from having to go visit trial sites. Also with the decentralized trial, you're able to have both more regular as well as episodic communication. You're not limited to just waiting till there's a trial site or a trial visit in person to collect a bunch of information and reaffirm the education and reaffirm, the usage instructions and things like that. You're able to do it throughout the course of the trial. Also, with the advent of things like AI, there's better opportunities to proactively monitor and even engage and message participants in an increasingly personalized fashion to keep them engaged. There's also a concern with compliance with decentralized trials. And look, candidly, whether it's a site-based trial or a decentralized trial, if it involves take-home oral medication, which I would say a majority of all trials have involved, you kind of have to rely on the participant's self-report regarding usage and compliance. And again, the gold standard we use is intention to treat analysis, which basically in some ways kind of ignores whether or not they actually use the product as indicated. It just matters that you gave them the product and that the usage instructions were on the product. That was the intention to treat them, because in the real world, whether the drug is now FDA approved and available via prescription, or if it's a supplement, all you can really control is that they have the product and it has usage instructions on it. You can't actually control what they do with it. So with trials, you do an intention to treat analysis that, again, kind of ignores their actual usage. Nonetheless, it's important to collect their usage information. And with many site-based trials, you may have a situation where patients are sent home with a medication diary, and you don't know when they're filling it out. You don't know if they're struggling to remember what they did. Rather than filling it out in real time, they're sitting in the parking lot before a trial visit, filling out that medication diary. But with a decentralized trial, they don't have to remember to log their usage. You can remind them and alert them when it's time to answer a question about, say, consumption. They can provide that information in real time, and that data point is now time-stamped, encoded, and it's immutable. It can't be retroactively changed, unlike a, say, medication diary, where they could fill it out all retroactively. So in some ways, you could have at least greater, more accurate capture of usage information with a decentralized trial. And potentially greater compliance too, through the ways that, again, you can engage and remind them to use the product, especially with some sort of AI layering as well. There's also concerns with decentralized trials as to outcome measurements, but like I mentioned before, you have the full suite of outcome measurements at your disposal, from PROs to biomarkers to telemedicine clinical assessments. In terms of the rigor and design of fully decentralized trials, you can maintain double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled design. So you can maintain rigor, you can maintain gold standard design. And in fact, there's many ways that decentralized trials can have potentially more rigor and more statistical power that I'll talk about later. And lastly, questions around the data integrity. And this is where proponents of decentralized trials would also say, in some ways, you can actually have more, the data integrity can be higher with a decentralized trial. And that's because that data capture is coming directly from the participant. It's put directly into the database where it's time-stamped. You have an IP address, and you can even have a information about the device that provided that data, versus, say, a site-based trial where you have multiple different sites, you have multiple different personnel at the sites. They are collecting information on pen and paper in a case report form that then someone transcribed and puts into a computer. So there's more handoff, there's more intermediaries, there's more room for error as opposed to a decentralized trial.
DCTs with pharma.
Now, pharma has already adopted decentralized trials, especially again with the wave of COVID trials that happened in the last several years. And both academic studies, for instance, done at Tufts, they have a center for researching drug development costs. You're seeing that in pharma decentralized trials that they're having improved speed, they're having decreased costs, largely through the improved speed, because again, one extra day in some of these IND pharma trials could be millions of dollars for each extra day that the trial's running. And they actually have lower attrition and improved engagement. And again, presumably it's through the decreased burden that's placed on participants when they have to travel to a physical site. And these decentralized trials being used by pharma are standing up to the scrutiny and rigor of the investigational new drug process by the FDA. So certainly they can be done with supplements as well.
DCTs with supplements.
Speaking of decentralized trials with supplements, I've yet to be able to find studies that are directly comparing the cost and speed of supplement trials when done site-based versus decentralized. If anyone's aware of those, I'd be very curious to know. I've been hunting for them and I haven't found them. But in many ways, decentralized trials, especially fully decentralized trials, they are particularly well suited for supplement research, and may even be better suited for supplement research than investigational new drug pharma trials for many reasons, including the fact that these supplements already have an established safety record. And so you may not need the strict safety monitoring that you might need in, say, a phase 1 pharma study, where we're still trying to establish first-in-human safety data. Supplements are arguably used by a much wider and diverse population than many prescription drugs. And so if you're going to run a supplement study and you want the data to be generalized to the consumers who are actually going to be using it in the real world, you're going to want a diverse, broad population reflected in your study. And that's just much harder to achieve with site-based trials. It's much easier with decentralized trials. I'll talk more about that later. Supplements are often consumed with no medical supervision, and they may be consumed in a manner that is less consistent than, say, a prescription drug, where you have strict usage instructions and you have medical supervision. Therefore, in a decentralized trial where you may not have a strict medical supervision, the data from that trial may actually be, again, more reflective, accurate, and generalizable to the real-world usage of a supplement in the real world, which is there's no medical supervision and may not be as strictly monitored. Often supplement companies that are doing studies, they would want to study non-disease populations in a trial so that they can get a structure function claim that can be made. If you were to do a disease population, you're going to trigger an investigational new drug as well as the data from that diseased population trial. Even if your supplement showed benefits, you can't use that in a structure function claim. Structure function claims cannot involve disease populations. It cannot involve disease states. So again, with a decentralized trial involving a broad, healthy, non-disease population, lends itself particularly well for supplements. Supplement companies may also desire functional outcomes and claims. For example, they may recognize that consumers are not necessarily looking for a supplement that's been clinically proven to lower their stress, lower their cortisol levels. They may be looking for a supplement that's clinically shown to improve their stress, feelings of stress. And so these functional outcome measures are often the compelling reasons that consumers are buying supplements. And so for a supplements company that may be sponsoring a trial, a decentralized trial is particularly well suited to capture these functional outcome measures through these patient-reported outcomes. Again, for many of the reasons that consumers are buying supplements, they want better sleep quality, they want better energy, they want less stress. These are really well assessed, and it may even be the gold standard to assess these through validated patient-reported outcome measures to enable the appropriate structure function claims, again, clinically shown to reduce stress, improve energy, et cetera. You may also have smaller budgets when it comes to supplement trials, and the cost savings with decentralized trials are certainly well suited for that. And there may be shorter timelines. Pharma is used to these 5, 10-year plus development cycles. They're very patient. They don't need to make any revenue. They have lots of money from investors, but for supplement companies, they can't wait 5, 10 years for a study to finish to be able to use those results to make a business decision or to make a structure function claim. And the speed that decentralized trials offers, again, are particularly well suited for that.
Using AI and virtualization to reduce cost.
So now I'll get into some specifics of how you can incorporate various elements of these technologies to reduce the cost of your trial.
Common cost drivers in traditional trials.
So it's a well-known fact that pharma trials are expensive. And if you look at your average phase 3 trial, it costs somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000 per participant. Now, obviously, supplement trials are generally cheaper than that per participant, but it's still a tremendous cost. And various studies have identified that some of the common cost drivers of these site-based trials, a major cost driver is recruitment. You're going to spend money advertising to get people interested, then they come in, then you have strict inclusion-exclusion criteria, only a subset qualify, and then of the ones that qualify actually follow through all the way to consent and enrollment. And when you have a site-based trial, you are instantly limited in geography to the eligible pool of participants. A vast majority of all participants in site-based trials live within 50 miles of the trial site. And so talk about the eligible pool of people is already so limited. It's people who are within driving sight of your trial. So when you have a site-based trial, you're instantly limited in your recruitment pool. That's going to drive cost as well. You have to spend more money advertising to get to the desired target enrollees. There's also overhead for the sites. Again, each site has not just the facilities itself, the building, the utilities, et cetera, the rent. You also have a site-specific PI, a research coordinator on site. You need computers for each site, equipment for each site. You also, with these in-person visits, also comes clinical assessments and procedures, everything from providing study material in person from a qualified research staff to collecting patient-reported outcome measures to collecting biomarkers. All of that involves relatively expensive personnel. These are healthcare providers, or these are trained research personnel. And again, you need them for each site. Also, the process of monitoring, whether you're monitoring for usage, checking in on side effects, making sure that they're going to come in for their appointment, even just scheduling the appointments, whether scheduling appointments for a screening visit, scheduling appointments to receive study medication, scheduling appointments to receive product. All of this is very laborious and logistically complicated to do. It involves a lot of administrative tasks and personnel.
Cost reduction with DCTs.
Now, when it comes to decentralized trials, there's many ways that you can reduce these costs. For example, no sites, you can eliminate that overhead entirely. Certain clinical assessments that you may do in person or may have the participant do when they come in person can be done virtually via, again, validated patient-reported outcome measures or certain wearables. Again, from consumer-grade wearables like, say, Fitbit, Apple Watch Oura Ring, all the way to more research-grade wearables that are specifically designed to track certain parameters. Again, blood pressure cuffs, things like that. Also, with the usage of AI, you can actually facilitate the monitoring process and not just monitor, but also intervene when appropriate. You can intervene if through kind of what you're seeing with the behavior of the participant, you predict that they may be experiencing an adverse event, even if they haven't reported it. You may predict that they're about to drop out of the study and also intervene with personalized, just-in-time interventions that make them more likely to, for instance, stay in the study or more likely to elucidate what's actually happening with an adverse event. And so we could better manage their safety, and it can eliminate the tremendous amount of administrative tasks that are involved in monitoring. And with AI, you can also have better recruitment. So for example, imagine there was a universe where you could target your recruitment advertising or even target your pre-screening to select for participants that are predicted to have lower attrition rates or predicted to have a smaller placebo response. And it's only those individuals that are then invited to actually screen through the official inclusion-exclusion criteria of the study. And this is not based on demographics. This would largely be based on a combination of many variables, including psychology and behavior as well. It's really a multivariate thing. And so it's another way that you could be using AI to facilitate the recruitment process, thus lowering the total amount of ads you need to spend, or lowering the total cost of recruitment at all, because you're having better attrition lower attrition, for example.
Using AI and virtualization to improve speed.
All right, how can we now use these technologies to improve the speed of these trials?
Common delays with traditional trials.
So common delays that come with traditional trials, again, I talked about this earlier, but it's really the fact that when you're kind of geofenced to a trial site, your recruitment struggles tremendously. Again, the eligible pool of people you can recruit from is narrowed by orders of magnitude because it's anyone within driving distance to your trial site. And so what does that mean? It means that you just have to run more ads, you have to screen more people to hit your target enrolled numbers because you just have a smaller pool to work from. The logistics of scheduling for visits, again, can be very time consuming and there can be a lot of delays. For example, let's say that the trial site has these slots open on their calendar and they're ready to go. And those slots are sitting empty, aka there's slack in the system. But the participant, none of those times work for them to come in. They're busy with kids and work and school or whatever. That means you basically have a bottleneck and you have unutilized time. So that's an inefficiency, that's a delay, or vice versa. The participant is ready to go this week for a screening visit, but the trial site is full, their calendar is full. well, that's a delay right there. There's a bottleneck in the system there, and it's going to cause a delay as well. There's also attrition that you get, again, with trial sites, the burden of physically going to a trial site. And if you have greater attrition to the point where the study is losing power, many trials have designs that will allow them to go and reopen up recruitment to get more people in, to get more completers to maintain that power. And that's going to delay the study. That's going to delay closeout and completion as well.
Speed improvement with DCTs.
So how can decentralized trials support that and improve the speed? Well, certainly the second you go, and especially a fully decentralized trial, the second that happens, your eligible pool of participants has expanded by orders of magnitude. And so the odds of you finding someone that fit your exclusion-inclusion criteria and that are interested go up dramatically as well. And you can just achieve your recruitment goals that much faster. When you screen virtually, when you consent virtually, when you collect data virtually, you basically reduce all of that friction and inefficiency and bottlenecks and slack in the system that happen when you need to schedule visits to perform all of these functions. These can just happen in real time. The participant gets notified that it's time to provide some data, and they provide it. There is no needing to wait for a specific moment in time where both parties' schedules align to facilitate this transfer of information, knowledge, and data. And again, when you eliminate the burden of physical visits, you generally reduce attrition, which means you're more likely to maintain power throughout the study, which means you are less likely to need to open up recruitment again to get more participants in, faster completion, faster closeout to your study.
Using AI and virtualization to improve diversity and statistical power.
Okay, and for kind of the last section of my talk, digging into how do we use these technologies to improve the diversity and the power of trials.
Diversity and power with traditional trials.
Again, a common limitation of traditional site-based trials is that the participants tend to be homogeneous. And again, that is a simple fact that the eligible pool of participants generally come from driving distance of the trial site. And so if it's a single trial site at an academic center in a state like Ohio, you're not going to have a mix of participant diversity that is reflective of the entire country. Again, just by virtue of the fact that most participants won't engage in a trial that's more than driving distance to the trial site. And so this has been a common kind of criticism of trials. And if you look back at historically at all clinical trials done in the United States, a majority of participants historically across all trials done in the States have generally involved Caucasian men living in urban areas. And so there's a geographic as well as a demographic lack of diversity that happens, especially around site-based trials. Again, with site-based trials, you generally have higher costs. And if you, given the same fixed budget with the higher costs associated with the site-based trial, that may lead you to have a smaller sample size. And you simply will just have less power to detect an effect, or less, you'll only be powered to detect, for instance, large effects. And again, if you have, on top of already having a small sample size to begin with, if you have attrition due to the burden from having to visit the site, you'll have even less statistical power at the end of your study. And so the traditional site-based trial model has some inherent limitations when it comes to diversity and generalizability, as well as scalability and the power and the ability to detect small effects and the ability to detect effects that are and declare them statistically significant, all of which are important, especially for supplement trials, which again are used by a diverse population, and you want that diversity reflected in studies on supplements.
Diversity and power with DCTs.
Now, when it comes to decentralized trials, you can see significant opportunities to gain improvements in these areas. So again, with virtualization, you can now basically anyone in the country that has a postal address that you can mail product to and has some sort of a device that you can either send text messages to, all the way to potentially a smartphone that you could send links to, can now participate in your study. And so you've expanded the pool, again, orders and orders of magnitude beyond what might otherwise be involved in a traditional site-based trial. Geographic diversity, gender diversity, ethnic diversity, but also think about lifestyle, environmental exposures, all these variables that you can now incorporate and have reflected in the trial so that it's more generalizable and more able to approximate the real world effects of the intervention. The lower burden involved with decentralized trials also means that there's less likely to be attrition, which means you'll have better statistical power and just simply better odds of having the intervention be placebo with statistical significance. Again, larger sample size or larger maintenance of the sample size, better power, better odds of detecting the intervention beating placebo with statistical significance. And speaking of the burden that's placed on participants, you often wonder with site-based trials, if you're a single mom with kids, how are you going to participate in a clinical trial? If you're mobility impaired, if you live in a rural area, if you're a night worker and you're sleeping during the day, you're not going to make an appointment during the day to go visit a site. Or let's say you have had a particularly bad experience with the healthcare system, whether historically, if you are a minority, or maybe in particular, in your particular case, you had a bad experience with the healthcare system, the notion of going to a healthcare system is even enough to keep you out of a trial. And so again, with the fully decentralized model, going from not just reducing the amount of visits needed to some sort of a medical facility, but eliminating entirely, it's a step function change in the types of people who can now be in your study. And lastly, the lower cost of decentralized trials lets you up the sample size, again, given the same fixed budget. And now you have more power to detect small effects. You have better odds of having the intervention be placebo with statistical significance, and not just for the primary outcome, but for the secondary outcome as well. And again, for a supplement study where the supplement may not be that well understood, it may have a plethora of different outcomes and effects. With a larger study, you are more likely to have even your secondary outcomes have statistical significance. And so being able to take a study that otherwise would have failed at the primary and failed at the additional outcomes because it simply wasn't powered enough, now may potentially the situations where the product maybe didn't work for the primary outcome, but it happened to also to be powered for the secondary outcome, which happened to outperform placebo in that secondary outcome. So still a result that can come from the study. And lastly, with the usage of AI on the larger data sets that decentralized trials provide, right? So with the decentralized trial, you have more opportunities to gather more data. You're not limited to this, periodic in-person visit where you're trying to capture as much data as possible. You can have data captured both continuously and episodically throughout the trial. And once you start to incorporate data from devices, there's an explosion in the amount of data that now needs to be analyzed. And so that's really where AI and machine learning can come in to do cluster analysis and have basically improved precision of the results. And so this is not even just simple subgroup analysis. Do men and women, are those relevant covariates for this outcome? Are they more or less likely to experience a benefit? But this is cluster analysis. It's a plurality of different behavioral demographic factors to say, hey, maybe it's women over 40 that have this particular type of lifestyle, this particular type of health status are more or less likely to benefit from a particular dose of a particular intervention. And that level of precision requires large data sets, and it requires machine learning models and clustering analysis to be applied to that data set. And both the larger data sets require or are often facilitated by a decentralized approach.
Imagine the world where supplements are approved, recommended, trusted, personalized.
So I get really excited about this because really for the first time ever, you have this opportunity to generate tremendous amounts of proof on supplements and really turn them into something that healthcare providers will routinely recommend. It's trusted throughout the populace, and they can also over time be more personalized and precise. Again, speaking to what I was mentioning on my prior slide, the cluster analysis, the machine learning that you can apply to these larger data sets. And this was never possible before. You needed virtualization, you needed AI, you needed people to have smartphones, you needed good direct-to-consumer infrastructure. And so for the first time ever, this is now possible with supplements. And so, to kind of summarize the excitement that I and a lot of people in the field have is this notion that you can reimagine the approach to clinical trials, leveraging technology, AI, and virtualization. You can now easily prove the health effects of supplements, and these are non-prescription products that anyone can access. Just go to the grocery store and it's there. But what's largely been missing is rigorous large-scale proof, and in particular, precision levels of proof, where people can know that a product is not just in general likely to work, but it's likely to work for someone like them. So that gets me really excited, and other people in the field as well that run decentralized trials. This is a possibility that's only now available. And so with that, I'll open it up to questions. And also, here's my email. Happy to answer any questions that we can't get to today as a group. And thank you for your time and the opportunity.
Jeff at radicalscience.com. Gretchen Venice.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. That was a really nice overview and very informative. So thank you for that. We do have some questions, so I will just start at the top. Thank you, Dr. Chen, for sharing this information. I believe one of the largest concerns for decentralized trials is the collection of biospecimens that provide objective data. Are there validated at-home dried blood, spot, saliva, urine, etc. options for some studies to collect biological samples for decentralized studies?
Jeff Chen.
The short answer is yes. There's, again, multiple different laboratory providers who are CLIA certified and have validated tests for these. I've looked into some of them specifically for Radicle, but again, there's a plurality of ones. And if you shoot me an email, I can share with you the specific names of ones that we've looked at for saliva and blood. I haven't looked specifically at urine or stool, but I know they're out there.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay. So regarding safety record and presumed safety records for dietary supplements, NDI and GRAS ingredients, or pre-Gahche, which is Dietary Supplement Health Education Act ingredients. What are your thoughts on these categories for virtualized clinical trials?
Jeff Chen.
I think that's kind of what I was hinting at, is that supplements that have that are accepted and that have accepted NDI applications or are recognized as GRAS or have self-affirmed to GRAS, they have a level of established safety that lends itself well to a decentralized trial where you may not have as strict safety monitoring as, say, a phase 1 pharma study. So that's kind of what I was suggesting. And honestly, from a pragmatic standpoint, if there's a product that a teenager could walk into a grocery store and buy, maybe it's, then and we're okay with that as a society, maybe we're okay with that product being in a clinical trial and not having such strict safety monitoring as well that you might say have with like a phase 1 pharma study that may require or more likely to require some sort of in-person type monitoring and visits.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, great, thank you. How does one address sampling bias or enrollment bias in decentralized trials?
Jeff Chen.
You're right that it's inherently there, but any kind of criticisms you have of the potential sampling bias of a decentralized trial, those in my mind are only amplified for a site-based trial, where again, you're limited to just recruiting people who are within driving distance, or you're limited to just recruiting people who happen to be patients of doctors that are involved in the recruitment network for your trial. So I guess the really only way that in both of these scenarios, whether a site-based trial or a decentralized trial, to overcome the selection bias is you just got to advertise as widely as possible the study and get people interested in it, and make people realize that it's not that cumbersome, it's not that burdensome of a project for them to participate in.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay. Okay, good. I'll just add here, because there's a couple other variations of that question about it skewing. Will it skew the age of participants due to reluctance of technology use by older adults? And will the approach limit participation of older adults who are less tech savvy, as well as those who are less literate individuals? So
Jeff Chen.
That is a valid concern. That is a valid concern, and I think that it's quite possible that people who are but again, if you go back to the amount of Americans that have a cell phone, I would say operating a cell phone, you have to have some base level of technology literacy. And so if you could boil down a decentralized trial to, at least at its simplest, just involve the collection of information over, honestly, just there's ways to do it over just simple text message. It's a possibility, but you're right. For older folks, especially those who may not have a cell phone, participation decentralized trial is going to have limitations there. That is a valid concern.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so the lower barriers and lesser burden cost for participant and researchers is clear. How do you, quote, recruit to minimize placebo effect, unquote? Is that a representative dietary supplement consumer population? Is the online population representative of the generally boomer generation, typical dietary supplement consumer?
Jeff Chen.
Sure. So, yeah. So the example that I gave, that was probably the most theoretical example of how you might use AI. You would obviously need a large body of data to train the AI so that it can cluster and predict who are the types of people that may have, for instance, an increased placebo response. But what you could also do is specifically ensure that the AI is not basing that information on demographic variables. So it doesn't become discriminatory towards specific ages or genders or ethnicities. You can have it based on psychology and behavioral variables, and be able to predict who may or may not have high attrition, who may or may not have, for instance, a heightened placebo response. So from that standpoint, I'm not worried. There's ways that you can structure it so that it's not going to discriminate based on a demographic variable. Now, going back to, again, the variation of the question of, will it somehow exclude people of a certain age range? Again, there's ways where you can instruct it, you can build the machine learning model so that it is not taking demographics into account. It's everything else that it takes into account to predict someone's, for instance, attrition or their placebo response.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And here, another question. How has retention or completion for the decentralized trials compared to that typical for conventional multi-site RCT?
Jeff Chen.
Yeah, again, there was a brilliant tough study that came out just a few months ago, dramatic improvements in retention in decentralized trials. And this wasn't even fully decentralized trials. It's just trials that had significant reductions in the amount of trial site visits, had improved retention and significantly less attrition. I can share, let's see, I think these slides will go out later. I cite that in my slides, but if you just Google tough study decentralized trial, you'll find, and they talk about, and you can find specific statistics on the cost savings, the time savings, and the improved retention in the studies. And again, these weren't even fully decentralized. They still involve some, these more like hybrid, they still involve some in-person visits. And so you can imagine with full decentralization, you may have even better retention. There's even less burden placed.
Gretchen Venice.
Right, okay. Okay. Here's another question. Would any results from cluster analysis, et cetera, be post-hoc and this hypothesis generating rather than hypothesis testing?
Jeff Chen.
100%, yeah. So I wasn't trying to suggest that would be kind of the primary finding to hang your hat on. It would be hypothesis generating, and over time, it could eventually be kind of the one of the main things you may want to test in subsequent studies. But yes, this would be post hoc analysis. The primary outcome would still be, how is this product performing against, say, placebo? Are there relevant covariates on core demographics that might be predictive covariates? And then yes, the clustering analysis would definitely be post hoc.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, okay, good. I think we have, we're almost out of time, but I'm going to try to get in 2 more questions. Do you have any examples of actual trials using fully decentralized approach funded by NIH, pharma, or other sources?
Jeff Chen.
The short answer is yes. Again, if you shoot me an email, I can pull some of the studies that have been provided, but it is becoming increasingly common because, again, eliminating the need for any site at all does not just result in linear improvements in cost, speed, and diversity. It's a stepwise function. It's a fundamental shift. So if you shoot me an email, I can share those specifics with you, but I'm sure I can find examples both in pharma and in academic research that's been fully decentralized. Stuff funded specifically by NIH or the ODS, I'd have to dig a little deeper as to who actually funded some of those studies.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, okay, great. And then there are a couple people have asked variations of this question. How is the real world evidence with decentralized trials different, and is it mostly semantics?
Jeff Chen.
It's a good point. When we talk about real world evidence, it's generally the term is generally applied to evidence collected outside of a clinical trial. So I'm not so much saying, and I may have minced my words, I'm not so much saying that decentralized trials generate real world evidence, because again, the definition of real world evidence is stuff that's sitting outside of clinical trials, EHRs, things like that. I'm saying that the data from decentralized trials may be more able to approximate and generalize to the real world effects of, say, supplements, given that supplements are used with less medical supervision and they're used by a much broader population. So if you can have a diverse population, you can structure the trial to be more representative and relevant to how people might use the product in the real world. The data from the trial may more be able to approximate real world effects. So it is a bit of semantics.
Gretchen Venice.
Okay, great. Okay. Well, Dr. Chen, thank you for being here today. We are at time. There are a few more questions, and I believe I just want to say everyone, Dr. Chen's email is here. You are welcome to contact him. Jeff, they've been kind of around using about getting IRB approval, any pitfalls, some of the things, different AI tools. So I think people can follow up with you directly on that.
Shoot me an email. Happy to talk. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for being here today. And
Thank you for having me, Gretchen.
Yes, you're welcome. Yes. And I'm going to send you all back to Jaime.
Jaime Gahche.
Thank you, Gretchen. Thank you, Dr. Chen. That was a great talk. We have tons of questions still, so we could also send them to you and get back to some of the participants with the answers. We're going to go now on a 15-minute break. Well, actually 14. So please come back at 12:45 and we'll start our last session of the day, dietary supplement quality. Okay, see you guys back in 15 minutes. 12. Okay, so let's get started. Welcome to the final session of the day, Dietary Supplement Quality. Dr. Haggerty and I, both from the Office of Dietary Supplements, will be moderating this session. We are privileged to have a panel of 6 distinguished speakers today who represent various dietary supplement stakeholders. Our esteemed speakers include representatives from the FDA, third-party verification companies, a dietary supplement manufacturer, and experts from the dietary supplement trade organizations. The format of this session is slightly different than the ones before in that the presenters will just provide a 20-minute presentation, and then we'll have a panel discussion at the end with everybody. So please submit your questions at any time throughout the presentations, and then we will get to them during the panel discussion. So our first speaker is Dr. Rebecca Allen. Dr. Allen is a consumer safety officer who has been with the FDA's Office of Dietary Supplements program within the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition since May 2015. Her work focuses on ensuring dietary supplement quality and safety as a subject matter expert on current good manufacturing practices. So today, Dr. Allen will be telling us all about CGMPs for dietary supplements. Welcome, Dr. Allen.
Rebecca Allen.
Thank you, Jaime. Let me get my screen share here.
Text, Dietary Supplements CGMPs. Rebecca Allen, PhD, MBA, Consumer Safety Officer, Division of Policy and Regulations Implementation, Office of Dietary Supplement Programs, FDA/CFSAN, May 24, 2023.
How's it look?
Great.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to speak with you today at this practicum. My name is Rebecca Allen, and I am representing the FDA's Office of Dietary Supplement Programs. Today, I am going to discuss the current good manufacturing process regulations for dietary supplements.
Dietary Supplements CGMPs.
On June 25th, 2007, the FDA published in the Federal Register a final rule that established a regulation for current good manufacturing practices related to dietary supplement manufacturing. This regulation is commonly referred to as the 21 CFR Part 111. The regulation establishes the minimum CGMPs that are necessary for the activities related to manufacturing, packaging, labeling, or holding of dietary supplements to ensure the quality of the dietary supplements. The importance of CGMPs for dietary supplements is described in the 21 CFR Part 111 preamble. It states that the quality of the dietary supplement must be built into the product throughout the manufacturing process, and that quality begins with the starting material and continues with the product being manufactured in a reproducible manner according to established specifications. The Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act reaffirms that a dietary supplement shall be deemed to be adulterated if it has been prepared, packed, or held under conditions that do not meet current good manufacturing practice regulations.
Inspection data. A graph showing 483 issued versus not 483 issued by year.
The FDA conducts on-site CGMP inspections of dietary supplement manufacturers. These firms are prioritized for inspection using a risk-based approach. A Form 483 is provided to a firm if the inspection yields potential CGMP violations, and these violations are documented as observations on the 483. A firm does not want to receive a 483 during an inspection. This slide shows some CGMP inspection data where you can see here that when a firm is inspected for adherence to dietary supplement CGMPs, a Form 483 is generated approximately 50% of the time. This means that 50% of the time the FDA inspects a dietary supplement firm, CGMP violations are found.
Most frequently cited violations, a chart showing the top violations as 21 CFR 111.70E and 21 CFR 111.103.
This chart lists the top 10 observations commonly found during a dietary supplement inspection. I will be discussing each of these violations in detail in the next slides. As you can see, the top 2 violations are observed more frequently than the rest.
Most frequently cited violations, continued.
The top 2 cited violations are 70E and 103. The 70E violation has to do with the firm's failure to establish specifications for the identity, purity, strength, composition, and limits of contaminants for their finished dietary supplement products. It is difficult to produce a quality product in a reproducible manner without product specifications. The second most common violation is 111.103, where the firm has failed to establish and follow written procedures for the quality control operations. Again, it is difficult to manufacture a quality product in a reproducible manner without a quality control system. The next 2 common violations have to do with the lack of written procedures for handling product complaints and the lack of written procedures for holding and distributing operations.
111.533 and 111.453.
The 70B violations focus on the firm's failure to establish specifications for components, raw materials, that are used to manufacture the dietary supplements. Another common CGMP violation is having an incomplete batch production record.
111.255B.
The rest of the most common observations have to do with the failure of the firm to appropriately test their product to confirm that specifications are met. 75A1I addresses a failure to conduct at least one appropriate test to verify the identity of any component that is a dietary ingredient. 75C is cited when a firm fails to verify that their finished batch or statistical subset thereof of dietary supplements meets identity, purity, strength, composition, and limits of contaminant specifications. 75A2II focuses on a firm's failure to qualify a supplier by establishing the reliability of the supplier's C of A through confirmation of the results of the supplier's tests or examinations.
Common CGMP violation, example 1.
I will now describe a few common CGMP violations in detail. One common observation is that the firm uses the input method for determining the strength of an ingredient in the final product. For example, if one weighs and measures the amounts of components X and Y being added to the hopper, once the manufacturing process has taken place, it cannot be assumed that input equals output. The amount, which is the strength of each ingredient X and Y, must then be determined by testing the final product.
Challenging herbal products. A nutrition information label for botanical capsules.
As you can imagine, this can get tricky when you have products like this one, where there are many botanical ingredients that may have common substituents and may be difficult to quantitate by test methods. The firm will have to be resourceful in this case to be able to uniquely identify the strength of each ingredient.
Example 2.
Another common CGMP violation is the use of organoleptic specifications that are not specific and unique to identify the ingredient. Examples of organoleptic specifications are appearance, color, taste, texture, and odor. If you have a powdered botanical, as you see on the left,
A tan powder appears.
there are many botanicals that when ground will yield a tan powder, as organoleptic testing would not be specific enough to determine the identity of the ingredient on the left.
A photo of tan roots appears.
On the right is a different case. Organoleptic specifications are an option for this ingredient because, as you can see, it has distinct features.
Example 3. A supplement nutrition label next to a list of ingredients. Caffeine anhydrous appear on both, in 150 mg on the label and 100 mg on the list of ingredients.
The final example of a common violation is one in which the strength of the ingredient on the label, the product label, does not correspond with the strength of the ingredient listed on the batch production record. This slide shows an actual product label where the amount of anhydrous caffeine is listed on the label as 150 milligrams, yet the firm's batch record listed the strength of anhydrous caffeine as 100 milligrams. Again, CGMPs are all about building quality into the product by ensuring consistency throughout the manufacturing process. Thank you for your attention.
U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Jaime Gahche.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Okay, let's see. So our next speaker is Dr. Yu from US Pharmacopoeia. He's currently serves as a senior manager for the USP's verification program. Dr. Yu will be presenting on USP's role in the dietary supplement space, but very importantly, we'll be discussing methods by which constituents are or could be or should be assayed in supplements to enhance to ensure quality, including specifications for identity, purity, and strength. So welcome, Dr. Yu.
Seong Yu.
Hello.
I think when you share your screen, it will take over Rebecca's.
Okay.
USP's tools, making quality visible. 2023 NIH Mary Frances Picciano Dietary Supplements Research Practicum. Seong Yu. PhD Senior Manager, Verification Programs, US Pharmacopoeia. SJY at USP.org.
Can you hear me well?
Yep, looks good.
Okay. Well, thank you for the introductions, and thank you for NIH team for the opportunity to talk about USP quality tools, making quality visible. My name is Seong Yu. You can call me SJ, and I'm with the USP, United States Pharmacopoeia, working with for verification programs. Okay. So next slide. Okay.
A photo of the woman in profile. Text, 200 years building quality foundations for a healthier world.
So before we get into quality tools, I want to just give you very brief introductions about USP. We just celebrate 200 years anniversary a couple of years ago. So which means we have 200 years of reputations in this public health industry. And we are self-funded. Okay, we are not trade association. We are independent, and we are about 100 employees. They're globally located, and we are working with experts in different area about 900 scientists, practitioners, regulators to develop revised USB standard that helped protect public health.
Founded in 1820, nonprofit, private, independent, and self-funded. Values-driven organization focused on empowering its staff and volunteers. Works with more than 900 scientists, practitioners, and regulators to revise standards that help protect public health. Internationally recognized and globally focused.
So our mission, USB mission, is to improve global health through public standards. We're going to talk about USB standard and related programs. The verification program is one of the programs we are operating at USB, and help ensure the quality, safety, and benefit of medicine and food.
USB quality tools for dietary supplements.
So let's get into USB quality tools, what we are offering for dietary supplements. We have two kind of tools we have here. One is USB quality standard, okay, which are official, okay, and public standard. They are USB monograph for dietary ingredient and dietary supplements. We have general chapters for general test procedures. And also we have FCC monograph for food ingredient. And we have additional tool, which is we call Dietary Supplement Compendium, DSC, is online accessible, and it covers all the monograph general chapters that are relevant to dietary ingredient, dietary supplement. That's one area of tools. And also we have a verification program. It's a more standalone program. Okay, it's not associated with much standard. We have a separate program to verify products, and the product is once verified, they can carry USB verified mark. Okay, mainly we're going to talk about the DSBP program, Dietary Supplement Verification Program, in this presentation. But we have a GMP audit program, an ingredient verification program, and experience verification programs we have. So these two kind of tools actually can visualize the quality in the marketplace.
USP standards. Photos of a computer screen and a box of bottles.
So USB standard comes in two different kinds. One is documentary standard, which is document, okay, which is monograph and general chapters. Okay, and also we provide a physical reference standard. You can use this standard to follow monograph procedures to test your product.
Documentary standards.
So I'm going to just give you brief introductions because some of you may not familiar with USB monograph. Okay? USB monograph is it's more like a specification, manufacturer specification. It lists test, analytical procedures, and acceptance limit. Okay, we have 100 monograph for dietary ingredient and dietary supplement that include vitamins, minerals, and botanical extract, probiotics, you name it. It covers most of dietary ingredients products in the market. And then we have general chapters, and they covers general requirements, general test procedures. Okay? For example, we have a general chapters for water content. So when you say how you test water content, okay, we have procedures in the USB-NF. Okay, and then we have highest level. We have a general notice that covers regulatory requirement, interpretation of application of a standard. Okay, so all these documented standards, we don't provide anymore the paper standard. Only you can have access through online.
A bottle of white pill spills.
I think we are providing over 3,800 reference standard. Okay, that covers OTC drugs and biologics, excipient, and dietary supplements and food. So we have 100 reference standard for dietary ingredients and dietary supplements commercially available in market.
USP dietary supplements and herbal medicines. usp.org/dietary-supplements-herbal-medicines. A website showing a photo of sliced ginger and turmeric.
We have a group of people is really dedicated to dietary supplement standard. Okay, they work with expert committees, expert panels to establish USB standard, USB monograph and NF monograph. Okay, and also they work on developing a reference standard for dietary supplement. Okay, so you can check on this website, find additional information.
USP standards for probiotics. Address quality attributes and acceptance criteria through monograph specifications. Definition, characteristics of the probiotic ingredient. Or dosage form, genus, species, strain, identity, identification by targeted PC with strain-specific primers. Strength, enumeration, CFU/G, contaminants, indicator and specified microorganism. Additional requirements, storage and labeling.
I want to give you just example of USP standard, okay, for probiotics. I think probiotics one of the emerging ingredient in the market now. So we have developed standard for monograph for probiotics. Okay, monograph covers definition, identity, strengths, and contaminants. Okay, I like to point out that a USB monograph for probiotics requires probiotic product ingredient should be identified at strain levels using strain-specific primers. That's the requirement. And also we have published General Chapter 64 probiotic test that covers general test procedure as well as limit on contaminant.
USP standards for chewable gels. Address unique quality attributes and acceptance criteria. Identification, strength, performance tests, and contaminants. Specific tests. pH, NMT 4.5 water activity, NMT 0.75. Current up monographs. Ascorbic acid chewable gels. Cholecalciferol chewable gels. Cyanocobalamin chewable gels. Oil and water soluble vitamins with minerals chewable gels.
Another emerging dosage form is gummies in the market. You can find gummy product easily in the retail store. We have developed the monograph for gummies. Its compendium name is chewable gels. Okay. We have many monograph for tablets and capsules. Okay. But for these specific dosage forms, we include specific requirements. They are pH and water activities. pH no more than 4.5, water activity no more than 0.75. The reason we include this specific requirement is the chewable gels comes in with inherent water content in the product. It's about 10 to 12%. Okay, at that level, if it contaminated, can grow in the product. So with this requirement, we are ensured that and this microorganism we can prevent from micro spoilage that may lead to safety issues. So you can find a monograph and the USP NF, for chewable gels.
USP verification. Photos of pills containing powders and liquids. A person holds a clipboards.
Okay, so the first half we just talk about USP standard. Second half I'm going to talk about USP verifications. Okay, USP verification is, I told you already, a standalone program. Okay, so the participant comes to us and we verify their product, and the product allowed to carry USP verified mark, as you can see in the screen.
Verification program. UP Dietary Supplement Verification, DSVP, launched 2002. UP Dietary Ingredient Verification, DIVP, launched 2004. UP Pharmaceutical Ingredient Verification, PIVP, launched 2006. UP Excipient Verification, EVP, launched 2006.
We have several the programs available in the market, but only DSVP program, consumer can recognize in the market. Other programs is more business to business programs, but the DSVP program is we are interfacing consumers.
GMP audit programs. A photo of a man in white holding a notepad.
Recently, we launched GMP audit programs for manufacturers. So I think many contract manufacturers, they are in the program. So once they meet GMP requirement, we issue certificate saying that the facility passed the GMP audit by USP.
USP launches DSVP.
DSBP program, we'll talk about more here, has been in the market about a little bit more than 20 years now. I think at the beginning, the DSBP was initiated by a request by industry. So they like to ensure that their product be differentiated from the other computer product. That's the reason this program has been initiated. This is a fee-based, which means participant comes to us, they have to pay expense for the verification. It's voluntary programs. We evaluate the product against science-based standards, which is a USP standard and FDA GMPs.
The USP verified mark. A circular gold, black, white, and green seal that says USP dietary supplement verified.
So what it means, if a product is USP verified, which means consumer can trust that what's on the label is what's in the bottle, okay? We went through already the challenge with the GMP compliance, okay? We observed that it's challenging. That's the reason this program comes in to help to build confidence in consumer markets, okay? So with this market, any product carrying this market means positive identification, strength, and purity and performance has been tested and verified, okay? So performance-wise, it's not really a familiar term in the dietary supplement industry, but USP verification requires, and the participant should be able to handle performance tests, as well as when we verify, we test for performance. The performance test could be, the performance test is dissolution or disintegration, or rupture test for certain dosage forms. Okay, so through performance, we know that product will break down in the body and be absorbed as intended. So to summarize the characteristics of a USB verification program. So we already, I mentioned a couple of times, USP is, we are not supported by industry. We are independent from industry. And the program driven by public health mission, not by financial incentives. And participant, manufacturer has to own the use of the mark, okay? It cannot be bought. And we have reverted to not grant verification approvals and will not jeopardize our reputation in public health industry. That's the strengths of the program, okay? So who are USB verified?
Logos for brands including Kirkland Signature, Nature Made, Nature's Bounty, Flomentum, Members Mark, Vita Fusion, Kirk Humanitarian, Lil Critter, Ritual, Natral, True Nature, Move Free, Dietary, and Pure Lasco Omega.
These brands on the screen, their products from these, the brand owners have been verified, okay? 100 product has been verified and they are sold in the market now. So if you go in the market, retail stores, you can find a product carrying the USB verified mark, which means the product went through rigorous testing and GMP audit and a lot of evaluations.
A supplement bottle with a USP seal and a statement.
So when you see the mark on the bottle, and you're gonna able to see the statement along with the mark. What it say in the statement is USB has tested and verified ingredient potency and manufacturing processes, and USB set official standard for dietary supplements. So it's a requirement.
DSVP's potential benefits.
I want to talk about what could be the potential benefits from this program. Okay, definitely, I think a key benefit will be the manufacturer. They can differentiate their product from competitors in the market. That's the key the benefit. And secondly is based on the recent study performed by USP, we found that 50% of consumer, they are looking for quality mark and seals. They are looking for those products, okay? And the recent trend, what we haven't seen is doctors, pharmacists, associations, they recommend USB verified dietary supplement for their patients. Okay, so that could be the benefit.
Pre-approval verification process. A diagram of turning gears illustrates steps.
So when we verify what we do, are we just doing GMP audit or just product testing? So we believe that GMP audit alone, it does not ensure product quality. At the same time, product testing alone does not ensure product quality. It has to be together. So can we do just GMP audit and product testing? And we see some gaps there. That's the reason we include that quality control manufacturing documentation review. So the step 1, 2, 3, step 1, GMP audit, step 2, quality document review, step 3, product testing, all together in combination, we can ensure the product quality for verifications. So that's the reason we are all doing all together.
DSVP process overview. A timeline from left to right. Start program, product eligibility. Pre-approval verification phase, 1 GMP facility audit. 2 product OCM documentation review. 3 product sample testing. Mark approval. Post-approval verification phase. Label review. Continuous surveillance.
So it's a lengthy process. It's not going to be done in few days and few weeks. Okay, it takes, depending on the complexity of the product, it may take us 3 to 6 months. Sometimes a little bit over 6 months. Okay, so once we finalized the product is eligible for the program, then we send auditor that manufacturing facility. So they have to pass. They have to pass the GMP audit first. And then we look at that thoroughly, their quality documents, and then we initiate the product testing. So that's the whole step 1, 2, 3 has to be done before we grant mark, use of mark. Okay, once is approved mark, use of the mark, and then we can move on to surveillance.
Step 1. GMP facility audit for DSVP.
What standard we are using for GMP audit? We are using 3 standards. It's part 111 for dietary supplement GMP, okay. Part 117 in the food GMP. And in addition to GMP, these GMPs, we use General Chapter 2750. It's called Manufacturing Practices for Dietary Supplements. So you need to have access to USP/NF to access to general chapters. Okay, so let me just show you the first page of 2750. So 2750 is based on Part 111 and Part 117, and then we add the specific requirement for USPs. Okay, so you're going to find a lot of good information in 2750. So if you have access to USP/NF or 9, and you can find all these standards in 2750.
Step 2. Quality control and manufacturing QC documentation review.
So after we finish the GMP audit, what we do, we reviewed all the quality control documentations that include specification and test procedures and release documentation and stability data to set expiration dates, right? So these documents is essential to really evaluate their quality systems, okay? And also we have to review that manufacturing documentation that include master batch record, which is called MBR, and executed master batch record. So we have to look at the QC documentation and manufacturing documentation to really finalize QCM documentation review.
Guidance for QCM documentation.
And if you're not familiar with the QCM documentation, and we have some additional explanation in the manual, so you can find those information in the manual, okay? And also we have some general chapters that could be helpful to prepare your QCM documentation. If you believe that your quality system is meet Part 111, which is dietary supplement GMP, then you're not going to have any problem preparing QCM documentations.
Step 2. Product testing. Photos of scientists working in a laboratory.
After we finish the GMP audit and document review, and then we start testing the product. So when you test the product, we test against manufacturer specification that meet a verification program requirement. Okay, so open we test identification and strengths and contaminant and performance. And performance tests we do dissolution or disintegration or rupture tests. That's what we do. Sometimes we have to do additional tests, for example, peroxide value and anisine value for fish oil product. Okay, so we performed the test listed in the manufacturer specifications, and most tests performed in USP labs.
Strain-specific identification tests for probiotics.
This one example I'll show you here. We have done some tests for probiotic product. Okay, we have tested this product containing single strain, multiple strain, and probiotic with the prebiotics, probiotic with the dietary ingredients. Okay, when you test, we use strain-specific primers for PCR applications, and then we look at individual strains. Just make sure that all the strains is in the product. That's the key requirement for the verification.
Mark approval. A bottle displaying the USP mark.
Once we finish everything, testing done, we grant the use of a mark for the product. At the same time, and we post that product on the website. It's called uspverified.org. So you can find those information on the website.
Surveillance monitoring.
That's the process is considered initial verifications. Now we have to move into annual surveillance monitoring. So we finish that initial verification, let's say 6 months, and a year later we started annual surveillance monitoring. So that includes same criteria: GMP audit and quality document review and product testing. So we do every year surveillance monitoring in these three area in combination.
Summary.
So I think this is my summary slide. So through this presentation, what I have to say here, USP provide trust, independent quality oversight over dietary supplement. And USP verification program help manufacturer prepare to meet regulatory quality requirement in country and globally. And we believe that USP verified product meet quality standard that differentiate them from competitor product, which can mean increased success in the marketplace. And also we believe that US verified mark make quality visible. And this is a website of the group I'm working with. You can find the manuals and also list of verified product and list of participating companies.
usp.org/services/verification-services.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to take the questions here, and I guess we're going to push back to questions at the end of the presentation. Yeah. And if you have any questions, you can send me email anytime. Thank you very much.
SJY@usp.org. 301-230-6366. Jaime Gahche.
Thank you, SJ. That was great. Yes, and we're going to do the panel discussion at the end after the rest of our presenters. So, okay, our next speaker is Dr. Andrew Shao, who joined ChromaDex in 2019, where he currently serves as Senior VP of Global Regulatory and Scientific Affairs, and is responsible for overseeing the company's research and development, scientific affairs, regulatory affairs, and quality functions. Dr. Shao will be focusing today on how to evaluate biologically active natural substances for dietary supplement ingredients, discussing ChromaDex marketing and distribution models, and detailing the steps in identifying, processing, and manufacturing high-quality supplements. Welcome, Dr. Shao.
Andrew Shao.
Thank you very much. Hold on.
Text: Commercializing novel ingredients as a dietary supplements. Mary Frances Picciano, Dietary Supplement Research Practicum. Office of Dietary Supplements, NIH. Andrew Shao, PhD. A photo of a glass container of pills.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, you're still in presenter view. Oh, perfect.
Yep, there we go. Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much to the organizers. A pleasure for me to be here. I think in all the years the Practicum has been ongoing, and I've probably lost track of how many years now. It's been quite a few, but I haven't never had the chance to present. So it's a pleasure to finally be here in front of everyone. I've got quite a few slides to go through, so I'm going to get through it pretty quickly here. You just heard the objectives, so we're not going to go through that.
Evaluation of biologically active substances. A hand holds a pill.
And we'll start here by at least sharing with you the perspective for how ChromaDex evaluates biologically active substances as candidates for dietary supplements. And to understand that, here's a little bit about kind of who we are, what our competencies are.
A pyramid-shaped diagram from bottom to top. Science, chemistry, research, quality, intellectual property, novel ingredients, and business strategy.
At the foundation, of course, is science, and the specific science that we have expertise in is analytical and synthetic chemistry. Analytical chemistry is really in our DNA. That's really how ChromaDex started as a business, as an analytical testing laboratory and reference standard provider. On the research side, we've developed a competency over the last 10 years or so in preclinical and clinical research through our external research program, which I'll share a little bit about in a few minutes. From the quality standpoint, we don't manufacture our own products, but we do have a competency and put a lot of resources into optimizing the manufacturing process that's used for our ingredients and products, and also incorporating continuous improvement from a quality standpoint, working with our contract manufacturers. Intellectual property is a huge area of investment and a great competency of ChromaDex, both the generation and defense of that intellectual property. To us, if something isn't novel, unique, and exclusive, it really isn't worth pursuing. And that gets to the next layer here, which are novel ingredients that ChromaDex has really specialized in over the last 15 years or so. And today, what we focus on are NAD precursors, or different unique forms of vitamin B3. And we still maintain a reference standard business, which I'll allude to in a moment. And finally, on the business side, today, most of our business comes from the sale of this product down here. You see the logo True Niagen, which is the consumer product that we sell B2C, business to consumer. But we also provide the ingredient Niagen to select other manufacturers to include in their products. So we have both a B2B and a B2C business in supplements. So that's a little bit about ChromaDex and our competencies. Now, how we approach evaluation of novel ingredients, I think this is the best way to visualize it.
A Venn diagram of 3 overlapping circles. Novelty, market potential, scientific/technical potential.
We look for novelty, as I mentioned, scientific and technical potential, potential for efficacy, and then market potential. And the ideal opportunity is really where these 3 areas overlap. Now, this visual shows kind of how we try to approach this in identifying and evaluating these ingredients. We could spend an entire week, but I've summed it up in this visual on the right, this kind of flow diagram where we use surveillance techniques to identify potential opportunities, surveilling the scientific literature, what's happening in the marketplace, also what's happening with respect to intellectual property and patent applications, patent grants, patents that are granted. We evaluate these for business potential, for market potential. Again, we're not looking for commodity ingredients or products that everybody has, everyone has available, everyone has access to. We're looking for unique opportunities And that's why we also evaluate for the possibility of either intellectual property ownership or licensing as a way to have exclusivity for a novel ingredient or novel product. And then finally, we evaluate those for safety and efficacy and commercial feasibility, which would mean something like the manufacturability of a given ingredient or product. So we could spend a lot more time on that, but given that I'm limited on time, we'll leave that there. But just a few words to describe a part of what I call our surveillance efforts in identifying novel opportunities is through our reference standards business. Similar to USP, which you just heard about, for many years, ChromaDex has provided standard reference materials, phytochemicals, botanical reference materials, other reference materials to either investigators or industry as part of the analytical method development and validation process. And that aspect of our business gives us a little bit of a unique insight, sort of a gateway into what it is researchers are researching and what companies are interested in, and if they're in the phase of developing and validating analytical methods, it's typically early on. And so it kind of gives us a little bit of insight into what's being researched and what might be under development for a product or an ingredient. And it's one of the surveillance tools that we use to sort of understand and identify novel opportunities. Now, transitioning over into evaluation of the safety and efficacy, want to spend a few minutes talking about the ChromaDex External Research Program, or CERP for short. It is trademarked. This is an external research program that it is now going on 10 years. So it started in 2013, and actually next month, we'll celebrate its 10th year in existence. And it's a program where ChromaDex provides test material for preclinical and clinical research, also matching placebo for clinical studies, research design support and recommendations, letters of support to investigators, for example, who are seeking funding, a grant from a funding source. Assisting investigators and their Office of Tech Transfer in the development of intellectual property that might come from this research, and then technical assistance. This would be in the areas of applying for investigational new drug status that's sometimes required by IRBs for certain types of clinical trials, and other support that we would provide to investigators for IRB approval. So this is really encompasses what this external research program is about, and it's probably more than 95% of the research we engage in is investigator-driven, investigator-led. So in other words, the investigators come to us. We don't control the research design, we don't control the conduct, we don't control the data collection, the analysis, the interpretation, or the development of the manuscript. All we do is provide recommendations. So it really, truly is independent.
A copy of a newsletter appears.
One other service that we provide is a newsletter that goes out to all the CERP investigators, or CERPs for short, that helps to connect them, make them aware of the different research that's going on around our ingredients. Most of that is focused on our proprietary ingredient, nicotinamide riboside. It also has other reminders for investigators as part of the research agreements that we undertake with them. So this is a quarterly newsletter that's sent out to all the CERPs that we have in our database. And you can see we're quite proud of this program, which we think is incredibly unique in this industry. Really don't think there's anything like it. This press release was issued last year, about around this time, where we celebrated over 250 research agreements with investigators and institutions around the world. I think that's probably around 270 now. Quite a unique program that ChromaDex leverages as part of the research and development aspect of our ingredients. So here are some examples of early publications that came out as a result of our external research program involving our proprietary ingredient, nicotinamide riboside.
Articles appear with headlines such as, "Nicotinamide riboside preserves cardiac function in a mouse model of dilated cardiomyopathy."
This is just a few of many publications. And as you can see, it first starts out on the preclinical side of research, investigating mechanisms of action, using different models, then progressing into early phase clinical trials. And now I think we're up to 27 published human clinical trials involving our proprietary ingredient, NR, and probably more than 30 are ongoing, registered on clinicaltrials.gov. So this is quite an impressive program that's done a lot in terms of helping to generate the science behind our ingredient and product. So now I'm going to transition very briefly to models that supplement companies use to market and distribute products. Again, this is a topic that we could probably spend a week on. I'm going to do it in 2 slides. So bear with me here.
A photo of shelves in a store filled with bottles of supplements.
Now, you see this, and I think we've all experienced this, where we walk into a grocery store or a pharmacy chain, maybe a health food store, and we're confronted by a wall of products, which is what you see here. And that's the retail side of distribution. Probably for the mass market, majority of products are still sold through this outlet, but in the last 20 years, it's become much more diversified.
A flowchart appears showing the flow of dietary supplement sales and distribution through retail, DTC, and professional channels.
And as you can see here, this attempts to sum it up at a very high level. So you have the mass market retail through food stores, grocery stores, drug stores, specialty retailers. You have a direct-to-consumer business, still quite robust catalog business. There's also TV advertorials that cater directly to consumers. You have, of course, online, which has grown enormously and continues to make up a greater and greater portion of the sales of dietary supplements to consumers. There are individual product websites. There are e-commerce platforms like Amazon. And actually, this has become a very lucrative channel for the industry in selling products overseas through cross-border sales. And then also that's emerged in the last 20 years or so is healthcare professionals selling products to their patients or to their clients. And that's another continuously growing channel for dietary supplements. Now, all of these could probably have a number of sub kind of categories here. There's only so much I can fit on a slide, but this is the high level overview of where dietary supplements are distributed.
Web pages appear showing bottles of True Niagen products.
Now, when it comes to our product, as I mentioned, here it is on the Amazon e-commerce platform. Here it is being sold on our own website, TrueNiagen.com, and then also being sold through a couple of partners. In the case of Walmart, in the case of Watson's, which is a retailer with many stores in Hong Kong and Singapore. Incidentally, I became aware that a few days ago in the Practicum, True Niagen happened to come up on a search for cancer prevention, surprisingly. So I can assure everyone in the audience that True Niagen is not promoted or marketed for cancer prevention. So I just wanted to make that clear to the audience here. But anyway, this this slide is to show you the different distribution channels that we used for our finished product. There are additional ones in some other markets, but these are the main ones that we use around the world. Okay. So now I'm going to transition into the major steps in identifying, processing, and manufacturing a high-quality supplement. Now, there are a lot of steps involved, and so because of time, I'm going through this at a very high level and simplifying it.
Key product development considerations: market trends, consumer trends, competition, intellectual property.
But there are some key considerations that, in general, supplement companies will take in looking to develop or launch a product, and certainly we take these into consideration. Looking at things like market trends and consumer trends, also looking at what the competition might be doing. And for ChromaDex, because intellectual property is very important, we do freedom to operate analyses or white space analyses to understand what does the IP landscape look like out there, to make sure that if we bring something to market, we'll have a unique proposition, we'll have a unique position that nobody else has. So that's very important to us. So looking at intellectual property as part of this is very important. And there's a couple of resources here, the Natural Marketing Institute, NBJ. There are many other third parties that the industry can consult, trying to understand kind of market trends and consumer trends. Now, any one of these be solely determinative on whether a product gets developed and launched or what that product looks like? Well, not so much, but they all combine together to inform potential opportunities.
Commercialization challenges and considerations for supplements.
So as we see it, as ChromaDex, a company that invests heavily in science and quality, we see a number of challenges in bringing products to the market in the US for dietary supplements. And so I'll show a couple of them here. So you have regulatory requirements and constraints. As you've heard about through the Practicum, there's a relatively low barrier to entry for dietary supplements. The acceptance is safety or risk-based, contrasting that to drugs, as you know, which are risk-benefit based. That allows for many products to easily enter the marketplace and end up with the wall of products that I showed earlier. Results in many commoditized products. So products that contain a lot of the same ingredients, they make a lot of the same claims, and so they look very similar, except that maybe the label appears a little bit different. Most of these products have very little or no intellectual property protection or any exclusivity. And so these brands, they tend to compete more on price and marketing and much less so on science and IP. And makes it a little bit challenging for a company like ours to break in and sort of cut through a lot of the marketing because there's such a heavy emphasis on marketing claims and also on low price. Now, also when it comes to claims, typically for dietary supplements, benefits are communicated through structure function claims. And these tend to be based mostly on scientific literature as opposed to actual studies on the actual products themselves. And so that also kind of puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage because we do invest heavily, as you saw, in a generation of science on our product. The other thing that's a little bit of a drawback, I think, in the framework, the legal and regulatory framework for claims, is that the significant scientific agreement health claims or disease risk reduction claims require an enormously high standard of evidence, which is a huge resource investment. And once a health claim is granted, anybody can use it. So there's no exclusivity, and that results in a very low motivation for industry to pursue these, including ourselves, to pursue such claims, because you invest a lot, but the return on that investment potentially is very, very low. Continuing on here, some challenges. Basically, what you see in this slide is the challenge of a unlevel playing field. So when it comes to quality and safety, the standards are very clear for quality and safety. Adherence to quality is claimed by all, but not necessarily practiced by all.
A page of different GMP seals.
And here's an example where lots of different seals, and this is just GMP seals that are used or have been used on products. There's other types of seals. As I tell my team at ChromaDex, there are more seals used on supplements than there are eyeballs to look at them. So it's very crowded with many, many companies claiming to adhere to quality standards, but not all of them do. And the regulatory enforcement tends to be inconsistent because FDA is very resource constrained, unfortunately. And this enables an unlevel playing field, what we call an unlevel playing field, where you have some products that end up in the marketplace put there by outlier companies that are tainted with drugs.
An article titled, Unapproved Pharmaceutical Ingredients Included in Dietary Supplements Associated with U.S. Food and Drug Administration Warnings.
And so all of this sort of enables this unlevel playing field, and it makes it challenging for a company like ours to market a product.
Key product development consideration.
Very quickly, this slide probably doesn't do it justice. There are some key steps in developing and launching a new product. I showed earlier some of the market research that's done. This is really the product itself. These are the key steps, and we could spend a week going through all of this, but it falls in these kind of 6 areas: safety and efficacy, production, which would be manufacturing, technical aspects like formulation and stability, supply chain, purchasing, securing the raw materials, and maybe a contract manufacturer or co-packer, the marketing, the labeling, the packaging, what messaging is going to be used, where is it going to be sold, and how is it going to be distributed. And then, of course, there's the regulatory aspect of entering the market, ingredient acceptance or notification or registration, depending on what market we're considering. As I said, this doesn't do it justice because there are many steps involved, but this is a very high level overview. This does apply whether a company is looking to develop and launch a novel ingredient or a finished product. Some of the specifics of these aspects, these 6 areas, might be a little bit different, but in general, you're still looking to address these 6 areas, whether an ingredient is being developed and launched or a finished product. A little bit about third-party standards and certification.
Seals appear for the NSF, AOAC International, Alchemist Assured, USP.
It's great that my talk follows the one from USP. USP is one of several very high-regarded third-party certifiers that we have for our industry. I think they provide a very, very important service along with some of the other ones that you see here. They help to establish quality and manufacturing standards that can be relied on by industry, and also certifying, as you heard, companies to those standards. And that's a very important service that they provide in today's environment, where, as I mentioned, the playing field is very unlevel. So one role that these third-party providers and certifiers provide is by helping to level that playing field. Now, that value can be limited by consumer demand or consumer acceptance and awareness and understanding of what it is they mean And it kind of goes back to the earlier slide where I showed a bunch of seals. Well, here's 4 more among the, who knows, hundreds or thousands that are used. And how and to what extent these seals stand out more so to a consumer representing a better quality product. Now, that's hard to know because so many different seals are just used randomly. And it may be difficult for a consumer to distinguish when 2 products on the shelf, they look identical and they have 2 different seals, which is the one that really signifies an investment in quality and integrity. It's hard to know. Oh, oops, sorry about that.
Thoughts on patents?
Sorry. Just a couple of thoughts quickly on patents. I mentioned that for ChromaDex, it's a core competency of ours. It's something that we invest heavily in. Just a few thoughts on patents. Now, it's only one form of intellectual property. There are others. It's one form. And frankly, it takes quite an investment to get patents granted and then go and enforce them. That takes quite an investment. But if one isn't willing to enforce their patent, there's no point in having it in the first place. And the other thing is that there are many different types of patents. Different ones provide different value, which is what this slide is intended to show the audience is how we at ChromaDex prioritize patent claims. So the patents that have the most value are the ones that cover the chemical structure or composition of a unique novel ingredient. And in nature, we're not permitted to patent the chemical structure. So the next best one is the crystal form, the physical form of the compound, followed by method of use, which would be how that compound functions, right? What it does in the body, for example. And then another form, which is probably the least attractive, is process patents that cover the manufacturing, production, or analysis of a compound.
An arrow shows enforceability and commercial interest rising together.
And what you can see here is that the reason why they go in this order is that the top types of patents are more easily enforceable and therefore serve as a better deterrent to infringers or competitors, and the enforceability tracks with the commercial interest. So that's a little bit on patents. What I'm going to leave the audience with is an interesting product opportunity case study, if you will. And it's based on this publication that came out, I think it was last year, 2022, looking at the combined effect of curcumin and vitamin B6 on colon cancer in the mouse model. It was accompanied by a patent application. So this is applied. I don't know the status if it's granted or not, but it's a patent application which was public. And looking at the analysis of this as an opportunity for a dietary supplement product, the way we approach it is, we see some upside, but it's outweighed by the limitations. And the upside is, this might be seen as a novel combination, B6 and curcumin, a relevant health outcome. Consumers, for example, are interested in intestinal health or gut health. And these are 2 ingredients that have very high awareness and a long history of use, which translates to us into a low regulatory barrier for acceptance. In other words, there's a lot of use, safe use, a lot of safety data out there. However, on the downside, there's already a ton of patents that cover the use of curcumin for inflammation, and then a variety of chronic diseases and conditions that follow as a result of inflammation. So it's a very crowded IP space, very little area there that would be white space. And so if you were to try to generate intellectual property, you'd have a very narrow patent coverage, which wouldn't be too valuable. These are widespread in the marketplace. You can buy B6, you can buy curcumin just about anywhere. And what we want to do as a dietary supplement company is have something unique that nobody else has. And so right away, the fact that these are so widespread makes it less of an attractive opportunity. We're talking about a therapeutic claim, tumorigenesis, as you all know. Dietary supplements can't treat, cure, prevent, mitigate, or diagnose disease. That's a drug. So that's a little bit of a downside. And then, of course, this is preclinical data that would have to be validated in a clinical study, one or more, which takes a good amount of resources. And is that investment worth it when once you come out with such a product, well, anybody can get vitamin B6 and curcumin together, or maybe in different products, and there's no protection, there's no exclusivity. So this is a case study of an interesting study, an interesting idea early on that we as a dietary supplement company would not pursue. Okay, so I'm sure I'm past my time here. So what I want to do is take a moment to acknowledge three of many outstanding colleagues that I have at ChromaDex, but this is three of the team members on my team that helped with this presentation. So I just want to acknowledge their contribution. And thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to the panel discussion.
Patricia Haggerty.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shao. You've given us a lot to think about. So thank you for that stimulating presentation. So now I would like to introduce our next speaker. This is Dr. Tod Cooperman from consumerlab.com. Dr. Cooperman is a noted researcher, writer, and commentator on consumer healthcare issues, and is the president and founder of consumerlab.com and pharmacychecker.com. Recognizing a lack of quality standards and oversight in the U.S. dietary supplement industry, Dr. Cooperman founded consumerlab.com in 1999, along with an FDA scientist. Consumerlab.com has been the leading independent evaluator of dietary supplements, publishing reports for consumers and health professionals at www.consumerlab.com. Dr. Cooperman has been called as an expert witness by committees of both the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate to give testimony regarding the quality and regulation of dietary supplements. And I'll let you all read the rest of the remaining bio sketch of Dr. Cooperman on the website. So with that, Dr. Cooperman, please take over.
Helping consumers identify better quality supplements and health foods. Tod Cooperman, MD, President and Founder, Dietary Supplement Research Practicum, 2023. National Institutes of Health, Office of Dietary Supplements.
You are on mute, Dr. Cooperman.
Tod Cooperman.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Okay, I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about that.
No
Yeah, so I wanted to thank you. I want to thank ODS for having me again. I've been coming to this for many years. It's one of my favorite meetings, and I also appreciate all the good questions that come out of this. What I'm going to do is explain what Consumer Lab is, and then get to some very interesting findings that we've had in recent months that I think the audience will enjoy. Basically, what distinguishes Consumer Lab is that we are completely focused on the consumer. We are focused on the healthcare provider as well, and that relationship with the consumer to help them find really better quality supplements and health foods. All right, now, sorry.
Mission.
Okay, so we're now in our 24th year. I founded Consumer Lab in 1999 in order to identify the best quality health and nutrition products through independent testing. I don't know why I'm having a little trouble. Okay. To date, we've tested over 7,000 products, representing over 1,000 brands. We have over 95,000 individual members, as well as institutions, colleges, hospitals, public libraries who subscribe to Consumer Lab and pay for this testing that we're doing. We also have a voluntary program that's much smaller, but the bulk of the work that we do is really just for our readers, which probably includes many of the people in the audience. I don't know, I'm having trouble with moving things around on the slide. Sorry.
Why do consumers, professionals, and industry care?
So, why do consumers care about the kind of information we're producing? Well, first of all, individuals need to understand which supplements are the best quality, and that's something we do in our reports, is identify our top picks. We're giving kind of the full story. And really why I founded the company was really to help my parents figure out, should they use a supplement? If they did, how would they use it? Which type, which specific dosage should they use? And which products were best. Physicians use it. Here's a quote: "I use your reports to help me protect my patients from ineffective and contaminated products on a regular basis." And people in industry also appreciate that Consumer Lab is an independent organization that consumers trust to help them choose a quality vitamin and supplement brand.
More testimonials at www.consumerlab.com/testimonials.
I'm sorry, I don't know why there's a delay on this.
Who we are.
Okay. I founded the company. I'm an MD. I've been involved with consumer health for 27 years. Our head of research is Mark Anderson. He's been involved. He's a toxicologist and pharmacologist with 26 years experience. Prior to him, who helped found the company with me, was a Dr. Bill Obermeyer from the FDA, who was testing supplements. And our executive editor is Meredith Worthington, who had previously been with the Natural Standard and Therapeutic Research Center, very experienced in writing about supplements.
ConsumerLab.com in the news. Article titles AHPA.
We're in the news every day with articles, that focus on things like how to choose your supplements wisely. Can elderberry treat the flu? Is collagen a fountain of youth? What's really in your prenatal vitamin? I'm sorry for this delay here. As I mentioned, we've been on every type of news program and in paper and website. So the question is really, why can't you just rely on the FDA and GMPs? And I think that the speaker earlier, Rebecca Allen, made a very good point, explaining that you really can't just rely on the FDA, because the FDA is just setting minimums, and even the inspections that occur, are infrequent. The FDA does not approve supplements or register them. They do register supplement companies, but there is no registry of supplements. Good manufacturing practices are required and can help. However, they do not set contamination limits. They do not set ingredient identity parameters. I'm sorry for what's going on here. They do not specify the testing methods, as Rebecca pointed out. You can use a very forgiving method or a very rigorous method. These are all to be determined by each manufacturer to pick the right method. So you're really depending on the manufacturer. And Rebecca did a good job of also showing how about half of GMP inspections, result in a violation letter to the manufacturer. And I won't get into that further. She did a great job with that. So what do we do at Consumer Lab? We inform consumers through our product reviews, which are kind of soup to nuts reviews of individual categories like multivitamins. We've covered basically all the popular supplement categories that are out there right now. We also are constantly looking at the clinical literature. We wanted to see, what's changed in terms of what works, what doesn't work, side effects. So we're putting that out constantly. We are answering questions from consumers, which leads us into all kinds of interesting and good new topic areas. We publish recalls and warnings on our site as well. And finally, we also put out a newsletter, which is published 3 times per week. And that's actually free. Anyone can get that. newsletter. We have close to 300,000 people who receive that. We also have a quality certification program, maybe I should be pointing here, which is the oldest third-party testing program for supplements, actually predating USP's program. And it's the only one to freely publish the methods and criteria that we use. And we are only testing products purchased from stores because we want to test these products the way a consumer would obtain them. We're not allowing these products to be sent to us by the manufacturers. We do some special testing for academic researchers as well, a very small part of what we do.
Categories tested: apple cider vinegar, bone broths, B vitamins, calcium, CBD, cocoa/chocolate, collagen, CoQ10, fish oil, flaxseed, GABA, glucosamine, green tea, lutein/zeaxanthine, magnesium, melatonin, probiotics, quercetin, red yeast rice, same, valerian, vitamin C, vitamin D, many others.
These are just examples of the categories that we have evaluated and continue to evaluate every 2 to 5 years. Everything from apple cider vinegar supplements to vitamin D supplements.
What we have found.
So what do we find in testing these products? Well, about 1 out of 5 supplements we find is of poor quality, meaning it doesn't meet our standards. Herbals, it's a higher percentage, about 30%. Vitamins and minerals, 18% fail. Other supplements, 14%. Nutritional products, and we're testing more and more nutritionals, about 21% of these fail.
Most common problems found by CL.
So what are the reasons why we find problems? First is that products often contain little or none of the listed ingredient, or they contain far more than the listed ingredient, or the labeling is really inadequate to describe the ingredient, or it's an adulterated ingredient. You know, there's something else being added there, or poor quality. It may have spoiled, it may be contaminated, say, with heavy metals like lead and cadmium or arsenic. There may be inadequate disintegration of pills. Every tablet and caplet that we test must be tested for disintegration, and those have to meet certain standards. There may be unapproved label claims.
Product reviews.
And so what we are testing for are shown on the left: the identity, quantity, purity, freshness, things I just discussed. And the way that we do it, again, is that we're purchasing multiple samples at retail. We do the pill disintegration testing in-house. The other tests are actually sent to expert labs blinded around the country. And if we ever find a problem, which we do all the time, we need to send it to a second laboratory for confirmation of that issue. The results are published online for our Consumer Lab members. I think that it's currently $57 a year. And that includes the latest clinical information and consumer tips as well, and our top picks within the category. Products are approved. Products that are approved in our voluntary testing program are also included there, and they're indicated with a special flask. And as I mentioned, we also publish our methods. So we have a whole page. If you want to use that link down there below, it will take you to all of the specific methods and standards that we apply to these products. And as I mentioned, we are the only program that actually publishes that freely to the public. So there's tremendous transparency in terms of how we're testing, what we're testing for. And just to give you an example of what a review actually looks like, we just published our latest multivitamin report. And please let me know if you can see this or not. Can you see that?
A web page appears titled Multivitamin and Multimineral Supplements Review.
Yes, we can. We see the website.
Terrific. Okay, so we just put this out on multivitamin, multiminerals supplements, testing all types of products. Basically what we found, quick summary, 8 out of 27 products did not pass our tests. Some had lower levels and many had higher levels, and I'll get to some specifics there. And we looked at everything from general multis to even down to pet products. Obviously, we also get into what these products do and don't do. Interesting. Here's what we found actually in terms of testing products. We found most of the issues with gummies. Vitafusion Men's Multi had 197% of its claimed folate. Similar for our kids, multi worm gummy, New Chapter, Smarty Pants had only 78% of its vitamin D. We also found that some other products that weren't gummies had issues. One product, a prenatal, had 188% of its iodine. Another product high in folate. So this is the kinds of things we find. We even looked at some pet products. One product had only about 14% of its vitamin D. We also look at whether products exceed the upper tolerable intake limits, because that's not identified on labels. You'll know the percentage of the daily value, but if it's way, way above the upper limit, it's not, a consumer doesn't know that. So we point that out. It doesn't mean that there's a problem with the products. It may be that you need to take extra, but we want to point that out as well. Then we analyze also, just compare the cost of products and just showing how you can get a multi for as little as 3 cents, or you can spend up to $1. And we factor that in also in terms of our top picks. And so here are our top picks. I'm going to go through this quickly. We look at it for general adult multis, adults over 50, women over 50, etc. Later on in these reports, we also get into, well, here are the actual results for each product, and then you can compare these products in terms of how much of different vitamins and minerals they contain. We do a cost analysis as well.
He continues scrolling through tables of information.
Scroll a little further down and get down to extensive information about really what each of these ingredients does: vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin K. So that's just one example of many, over 100 reports that we have on the site that we continually update. Now I'll get back to kind of some interesting findings. Okay, so here are some recent findings. I just discussed the multis, and what's particularly interesting, what we found with the multis, is that in all the problems we found with gummies, which were most likely to fail, is that last year, USP, which, as we discussed earlier, which puts out monographs, actually permitted gummies to have 245% of their listed folate and 250% of their listed vitamin C, which is much higher than the 50% overage that's provided for tablets and capsules. We believe from a consumer perspective, that's not great, that you really need to hold these products to the same standards as a tablet or a caplet. And so we apply that same standard, at no more than a 50% overage for tablets and caplets for those ingredients. For other ingredients, sometimes we have an even lower overage. And this overage, it is understood to be important because companies do have to put in enough so that they have 100% of what they claim throughout their shelf life. That's an FDA requirement. So there will be some overage, but we think that these overages are too far for a consumer. Another example, flaxseed, not a supplement, but many people put flaxseed on their cereal. They eat it all kinds of ways, ground and whole. We found out of 16 products, 5 were very high in cadmium, often having about 5 times as much as other products. I won't get into the details as to why, but there is no federal limit. Most companies we found are not even testing for cadmium in their flaxseed. We look at extra virgin olive oils, we also hire an expert taste tester when we look at extra virgin olive oils. And we found that many of the products that we tested were really not considered to be extra virgin, based more on taste than on the chemicals that you find in them, because you can discern a lot more with olive oil from taste than chemical testing, even though we do both. Some don't even provide the 70% oleic acid that you need to make a health claim about reducing coronary heart disease. We also tested quercetin and rutin, for example, recently. Of the 4 rutin products, one contained only 17% and another had 89% of its listed amount. We also discussed cost, how huge differences in cost among supplements. We found to get 500 milligrams of quercetin was as little as 16 cents to over $6. Red yeast rice is a tremendous example of why you need a group like Consumer Lab out there testing. It's not legally a supplement, but it is sold as a supplement, just like CBD, which we also test. And we have found that many of these red yeast rice products contain no or very little of the lovastatin, which is the key natural ingredient that lowers cholesterol. And some are also contaminated with citrinin, which is a potential kidney toxin. Yet companies are so afraid of being kind of called out by the FDA on this that they'll sell red yeast rice that has no lovastatin, but you would have no way of knowing unless someone were out there testing and telling you. Vitamin K, we found that some of the combination products that have vitamin K, 2 out of 4, had only 4% to 30% of their listed K2, which is as MK7. We test aloe products. We found one product that claimed to be 100% aloe vera, had no ace-mannan, and ace-mannan is the key compound you want to look for in aloe. Psyllium supplements, very popular for constipation. We found that these 5 out of 8 were contaminated with excessive amounts of lead, as much as 11 micrograms per 5 gram serving, which is 22 times the daily amount permitted in California. Cranberry, that's also kind of a black hole for many people, but you really want to look for these A-type PACs to figure out really how effective these might be in terms of urinary tract infection kind of treatment or prevention. So we looked at the PAC levels, and we found juices had about 63 to 105 milligrams per serving, but among supplements at the bottom line there had only half a milligram to 62 milligrams per serving. So you could be taking a cranberry supplement with really virtually no PACs. We looked at green tea, and there we're looking for the key polyphenol, EGCG, and found that was shockingly low in many green tea products. Big variations in supplements as well. We do find lead in green tea, but the good news is that it stays within the tea bag. So unless you're having matcha, but fortunately most of the matcha products that we test were not high in lead. Seaweed snacks, here we found high levels of cadmium in several of the products, and a dried kelp product contained 1,800 micrograms of iodine, which is 100 times the daily requirement. Potassium supplements, one product had 2.5 times as much as expected. Another would not fully break apart in our disintegration testing. And some of the products made with, I believe, kelp, were high in arsenic. Golden seal or berberine. Golden seal actually contains berberine, but we found no berberine in a golden seal root product with a GMP certified logo. People were mentioning earlier how some of those logos are meaningless. Only 2 out of 8 golden seal products could be approved. 3 out of 4 berberine were approved. Ginkgo, only 4 out of 10 products were approved. Most were adulterated or spiked with compounds from cheaper plants, which is a well-known issue. And just a few 7 red flags before I end that, just to be aware of with supplements. One is labels that really don't tell you how much you're getting, such as proprietary blends, or those that use the weight of the salt rather than the elemental mineral, or use just total oil like fish oil, how much fish oil versus how much actually omega-3s. Meaningless claims like pharmaceutical grade, which really doesn't apply to supplements, or FDA approved, which doesn't apply. And many that say they're clinically tested but are not. Maybe some of the ingredients were. Claims to treat, cure, or prevent a disease, a no-no. Uncertain certification, no third party identified. You should look for CL, USP, or NSF seals. High price. We have definitely found that more expensive products does not equate to better quality. I'm particularly concerned about gummies for reasons I mentioned earlier, and some other reasons. And excessive amounts. Some products just have tremendously high amounts of some ingredients, but that won't be identified because products don't state that on the label.
Thank you.
I should, just in closing, I want to mention, if any of you are not already a member of Consumer Lab, you're welcome to get a free 3-month trial membership to Consumer Lab. My email address is down there. If you email me, I will have people at Consumer Lab set that up for you. So that's it for me. And again, thank you for your time.
Tod Cooperman at consumerlab.com. Patricia Haggerty.
Dr. Cooperman, thank you very much. It was a very, very interesting presentation. You got a lot of questions that we'll try to get to during the Q&A period. And I'm glad you got those slides working smoothly. So
thanks.
With that, I would like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Dr. Merle Zimmermann from the American Herbal Products Association, or AHPA. Dr. Zimmermann is the AHPA Chief Information Analyst. He maintains and updates several online resources that serve the herbal products industry, including an online searchable database of new dietary ingredients submitted to the US FDA and the online version of AHPA's Botanical Safety Handbook. Dr. Zimmermann is currently working to expand the Botanical Identity References Compendium, a centralized source of information containing examples and techniques that have been successfully applied to authenticate and qualify selected botanical materials, and on revisions for a new edition of AHPA's Herbs of Commerce, the standard for all common and scientific plant names used for products containing herbs in the United States today. And there's a bit more of Dr. Zimmermann's background on the Practicum website for you to read. So with that, Dr. Zimmermann, please go ahead with your presentation.
Dietary Supplement Quality, Industry Support for Excellence. 2023 Mary Frances Picciano Dietary Supplement Research Practicum. Merle Zimmermann, Chief Information Analyst. American Herbal Products Association. M. Zimmermann at ahpa.org.
Thank you very much, Patricia, and everybody who's attended got this far through the week. It's great to join in for the Practicum again this year. I'll be presenting on the American Herbal Products Association's, our work is focused specifically on herbal products, which are kind of a subset of the wide variety of dietary supplements that are available in the United States, and how we can help people with supporting good quality for our consumers. So here we go. First, a little bit about AHPA. We were founded in 1982, about 41 years ago, and we currently have about 400 member companies, both domestic and international, who are involved in the herbal products sphere. While I'll be focusing on dietary supplements today, herbs are used in a wide variety of products, across which AHPA works to promote responsible and sustainable commerce and ensuring that consumers have informed access to a wide variety of safe herbal goods.
AHPA's areas of activity.
For dietary supplements specifically, AHPA's attentions include working with regulators and legislators, both federal and state, providing educational support, especially where the most popular topics have been around FDA's energetic regulation and good manufacturing. AHPA also produces guidance documents around many areas of the regulatory responsibilities that we have in the US for dietary supplement products, and helps support companies understanding and implementing those best practices. So self-regulation is an area of special interest to the association. So as Patricia mentioned, we have some reference books that we produce for general use and to support the United States marketplace. Finally, we do also work in collaboration with many other organizations. Thanks very much, ODS. I'll mention a project we did together in a bit to help make sure that we have clarity in communicating with the consumer, safety in product use, and quality in ingredient production. So without further ado, I've got a little overview of US dietary supplement regulatory structure, in case you might have missed part of the slides that we had on Monday, or they faded a little bit. Dietary supplements came to be through the passage of the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act in 1994. It amended the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and provided a framework that defined dietary supplements as food, excluding food additives, allowed for certain claims, label warnings, use of literature. It specified allowed types of ingredients and product forms.
Supplement regulations. Ingredients, form and route, identity, CGMP, safety, NDIs, labels, claim limits, claim notification, disclaimer, facility registration, SAERs.
Most of these areas are handled by FDA, and earlier in this session, Rebecca walked us through many of the ones connected to good manufacturing practices and FDA's engagement with those high-risk facilities that have been prioritized for in-person inspections. since FDA extended that to all food facilities. We also got to hear from Jerry Voss yesterday about many of the other areas that FDA works on. So if you're interested in those in more depth, definitely check out her talk when the recordings are out, if you missed it. All of which of these areas support one of the best marketplaces for dietary supplements globally, going from ingredient types, manufacturing, labeling, nutritional claims, tracking facilities, and reported adverse events, things like that, allowing for swift action and intervention in case of trouble. So outside of FDA and FTC, there's a few other government agencies involved in supporting dietary supplement products in the US, from USDA's National Organic Program, which allows you to label organic ingredients, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, which is doing conservation work with CITES, an international convention for endangered species of wild fauna and flora.
Relevant regulatory agencies. Logos for the EPA, Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau, U.S. Department of Transportation.
EPA is also involved with AHPA. We've worked with EPA in developing the new crop groups for herbal ingredients. They regulate pesticide use. And with some types of herbal products, especially tinctures, which could be alcohol-based extractions, kind of, if you're a chemist and are more familiar with that. The Alcohol, Tobacco, and Tax and Trade Bureau and U.S. Department of Transportation is involved. We also have the usual folks that help out with international businesses and patents. So with that overview done, let's look at some of the areas that AHPA is involved with supporting high-quality dietary supplements in the U.S. I've broken out the association's activities into a few sections for this overview. Look at a few recent areas where AHPA is engaged with regulators and legislators, hop across a few of the educational programming areas where AHPA is active, take a look at an example trade requirement, and then duck into some of our guidance documents and other resources that we put together in collaboration with members of industry and interested parties. We'll wrap up with a few slides on AHPA's sister organization, the AHPA ERB Foundation, on where to apply for research grants in that area of focus if you're doing work on herbs specifically.
Engagement with regulators and legislators.
So since AHPA's founding in the 80s, the trade organization has been participating in the public forum with the inclusion of drug-like serious adverse event reporting for dietary supplements, rather than the pre-FSMA requirements for foods that were in the introduced in the Dietary Supplement and Non-Prescription Drug Consumer Protection Act, passed in 2006, to things like the 2018 Hemp Farming Act, which eventually led to the passage of the Farm Bill, which led us to domestic farming hemp, including a local United States farming for producing dietary and food ingredients to supplement omega-3 fatty acids, dietary fibers, and proteins, which were a big part of hemp imports prior to the passage of a Farming Act, as well as other related products. So AHPA is continuing to engage with legislators in looking at effective and useful means to maintain and improve dietary supplement and cosmetic product safety, with us continuing discussions supporting consumer choice to have access to a wide range of safe and well-regulated dietary supplement products. We're also supporting results-based solutions to address those scofflaws who label their illegal drugs as dietary supplements. In other news, AHPA is supporting USDA's National Organic Program, including organic dietary supplement ingredients and products there.
Educational events and training.
So looking at educational events, AHPA produces a wide variety of these, including webinars. Recent ones listed here, mostly related to good manufacturing practices, setting specifications, and strengthening composition of post-market surveillance, adverse event reporting. Species conservation and sustainability is also important to us. AHPA takes stewardship of these natural plants seriously. And we also provide technical workshops where we do direct training of staff in companies serving the United States for mostly identification-related activities or scientifically valid and appropriate methods for botanical materials. Once a year, AHPA holds a botanical congress event, which is an all-day symposium that's similar to this ODS one we're attending here, focused on supporting responsible commerce and directed towards businesses.
Self-regulation. Trade requirements.
So another thing we're doing to try to help the United States market is self-regulation of trade requirements. As Patricia mentioned, Officers of Commerce is one of our publications. First, it came out in 1992 and gave standardized common names for about 500 ingredients, with the main goal to give a single standardized name for those ingredients that are in dietary supplements. That was established as a trade requirement for AHPA members. So as a condition of membership to AHPA, your labeling needs to use the names in Standards of Commerce. It was then incorporated by reference in FDA rule in 1997. And the third edition has expanded the second by about a third. And I believe it will be released very, very soon, if not later today.
Expert committees.
So outside of that, they don't appear just from a void. AHPA has a bunch of expert committees that we put together focused on specific areas, and they gather together industry members engaged in commercial activities in the dietary supplement, cosmetics, other herbal related spaces. So it helps us identify areas for focus and gives us thoughtful feedback from industry experts, helping direct our engagements with regulators, educational programming, production efforts, and research development. So for example, if we look at the Chinese Herbal Products Committee, one of our committees, it was formed to promote responsible commerce of those herbs and herbal products included and are based in traditional use of Chinese medicine. So you might recall some discussion, I think, yesterday on ephedra-related products and the removal from the U.S. market outside of these traditional practitioner-directed uses in the Chinese TCM product space. The committee's more recently been involved with the production of guidances on food allergen labeling for traditional Chinese herbal products. AHPA has a white paper on good herbal compounding and dispensing practices that I'll show a little more of in a moment. And we also have a primer on import and export requirements for those CITES listed species to help support sustainable commerce.
White paper, Good Herbal Compounding and Dispensing Practices. Free at AHPA.org.
So looking at the herbal compounding and dispensing practices, a typical output paper from AHPA. These papers provide a scope of the areas they cover, and they include, many are made available for free at AHPA's website or are available free to AHPA members, if not to the general public as a whole. In particular, this Good Herbal Compounding and Dispensing Practices paper was adapted by the National Certificate Commission for Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, which is the United States organization that focuses on TCM practice in the U.S.
Guidance documents. Good agricultural and collection practices for herbal raw materials, guidance on good agricultural and collection practices for hemp and hemp-derived products, use of marker compounds in manufacturing and labeling botanically derived DS, dietary supplement claims and claims substantiation, GMP implementation guidance, good stewardship harvesting.
Other guidance documents cover a huge variety of subjects to support many of those areas of regulatory responsibility we've heard this week, going from the ones we just peeked at to good stewardship harvesting, business-specific concerns like effective work with contract manufacturers. And we also have a variety of guidances specific to some of the issues that Todd was bringing up related to ingredient safety and potential contaminants. So these help companies establish standards that'll support safe products for the U.S. AHPA also has a free tool, the AHPA Botanical Identity Reference Compendium, which is available free of charge and provides open references to technical references that laboratory or staff in-house can use to help support herbal product testing.
AHPA's Botanical Safety Handbook.
We also have a reference text, AHPA's Botanical Safety Handbook, the second edition of which we produced, partly funded by ODS. Thank you very much. It has about 700 herbs in it and provides a primary literature review with references. It retained a classification system which let you do at a glance understanding for safety concerns. That was included as a trade requirement for AHPA members in labeling any warnings for consumers. So the product is also available electronically and is being continually updated and revised with new literature articles and new articles of commerce.
AHPA ERB Education and Research on Botanicals Foundation.
So to wrap up my presentation, let me bring us around to a sister organization of AHPA, the AHPA Education and Research on Botanicals Foundation. It's a 501c3 organization that was established to promote education and research on medicinal, therapeutic, and health promoting herbs. So the foundation's currently involved in, I think, 3 projects that it's been talking about. The OSHA Sustainability Project has been sort of continuing from its wrap up recently. We have a Golden Seal Harvest study we're supporting that's in progress, and a series of herbs in history articles written for general readers about some herbal uses in health and medical traditions.
OSHA Harvest Sustainability. www.ahpa.org/OSHA_sustainability.
So the main part of the OSHA study was started in 2012, and I think it was extended to 2017. It had outputs including a paper to the U.S. Forest Service talking about the population and root estimates.
Grant Program. ahpa.org/grants.
The active grant program is currently accepting applications. They do a review biannually and prioritize project types that are based around research of specific herbs and botanicals, and the supply chain, as well as technology and methods for analysis, and products designed to help communication with the public. So thank you all very much for your attention here, and I'm looking forward to answering some questions and participating in the panel coming up.
Patricia Haggerty.
Thank you very much, Merle. That was very interesting. And I know you're going to have several questions as well. So that was
Awesome.
That was great. So now I would like to introduce our last speaker for the day. That is Attorney Stephen Mister, who is the President and CEO of the Council for Responsible Nutrition, or CRN, a leading trade association for the dietary supplement and functional food industry since 2005. Under his leadership, CRN has established itself as the trusted, credible voice of the supplement industry with lawmakers, regulators, media, other stakeholders. CRN has launched highly successful initiatives like the Supplement Owl, Life Supplemented, a self-regulatory advertising review program with the CBBBs, and several economic reports demonstrating healthcare cost savings from the targeted use of supplements. So please have a look at the rest of Mr. Bister's biosketch on the Practicum website. And with that, I will let you begin your presentation, Mr. Mister. Thanks.
The Council for Responsible Nutrition. Steve Mister, President and CEO, ODS Practicum 2023.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. I think CRN has been a part of this from the beginning, and we're very happy to be back again this year. I'm assuming everybody can see my slides and hear me, or you would stop me, so I'm going to keep going.
About CRN. A nutrition label displays the breakdown of association facts. 1 Association, the Council for Responsible Nutrition, CRN. Amount with CRN, Staff 19, Voting Members 112, Associate Members 60, Annual Budget $6.3 million, Years in Existence 50.
So the Council for Responsible Nutrition is the trade association for the dietary supplement industry. As you can see on the screen, we are based here in Washington, D.C. with a staff of 19. It includes scientists, toxicologists, government affairs, and lobbyist experts. We have several lawyers on staff. We have a communications team. So a really well-rounded group of experts serving the industry. We have about 110 voting members. Those are companies who are either putting ingredients or finished products into the marketplace, something that actually would end up on the shelf. And another 60, what we call associate members. These are the companies that provide the ancillary services and benefits to the industry. Everything from public relations and advertising agencies to the testing organizations like US Pharmacopoeia and NSF. So a really good representative of the supplier community. We do this on a little over $6 million a year. We're largely funded by our members through annual dues. And we're excited to be celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. And as you'll see on the bottom of our slides throughout the presentation, we're really excited. We've been around since 1973 and have a great history.
Logos of companies and brands we represent. Includes Clorox, Megafood, Centrum, Flintstones Vitamins, Nature's Way, Nature's Bounty, Herbalife, One a Day, Vital Proteins, Ollie.
These are just a few of the many brands that we represent, but I thought maybe many of you would see brands that you're taking yourself and understand that they are a member of the Council for Responsible Nutrition.
CRN mission.
Our mission on behalf of our members is to sustain and enhance a climate for our members to responsibly develop, manufacture, and market dietary supplements and functional foods along with their ingredients. And so everything that we do as a trade association is in furtherance of this goal to build a stronger climate for companies who want to do things the right way, both in terms of creating a regulatory environment that recognizes the work that they're doing, and also making sure that there is access to these products, that consumers can get them in a affordable manner.
Responsible industry priorities. A photo of a woman comparing bottles in a supplements aisle.
So 3 of our priorities are consumer safety, product integrity, and conveying accurate information to consumers. And this slide might look familiar to you because it aligns very nicely with what FDA says are its primary regulatory priorities. As of the regulatory agency, they also are interested in, first of all, maintaining consumer safety, but then also assuring product integrity and making sure consumers are getting truthful and accurate information about the products. So we think that the work that we're doing at CRN is absolutely in line with our regulatory partners over at FDA and the Federal Trade Commission.
Responsible industry behavior. Self-regulation, policy advocacy, educational initiatives. A man frowns at a pill bottle.
There are many ways that we do this, but the 3 that I'm going to talk about today are through our self-regulation, through our policy work, our advocacy on Capitol Hill and with FDA and in other venues, and then some of the educational initiatives that we work on.
Responsible. It's our middle name.
So we'll start with self-regulation, and as the slide says, it's no accident that responsible is our middle name. And so at the Council for Responsible Nutrition, we take that very seriously.
CRN members are committed to public health, complying with all state and federal laws/regulations, action to support product safety, truthful and non-misleading labeling and advertising, responsible self-regulation, fair business practices.
One of the things that we do is actually vet our members before they're allowed to join CRN. That makes us a little bit unique in the trade association community. Many associations will let anybody join, but we vet our members right off the bat. We maintain a code of ethics that our members must support. It's thankfully rare, but we have asked members to leave if they do not uphold these ethical principles. In addition to that, we maintain a whole collection of voluntary guidelines and best practices that are developed by the members. They work up through our committee system, and then they are eventually approved by our board of directors. So these voluntary guidelines really do set out what are the best practices for the industry, and in some cases set out the expectations for membership at CRN. And we have a really good history of developing programs that are relevant to consumers and making sure that our companies are ahead of the curve, so that we are really setting the pace for where the industry should be going. So that's one of the things that we do.
The Supplement OWL. A webpage shows links for businesses, supplement users, and regulators.
Another area that we do in the area of self-regulation is an initiative we started 5 years ago called the Supplement OWL. I think earlier this week you heard about the ODS's database of labels for dietary supplements. The industry started to create its own registry of dietary supplement labels 5 years ago through CRN with something called the Supplement OWL. One of the big differences between our database and the ODS database is that in our registry, the manufacturers or the marketers of the product are responsible for putting in the label, and they're responsible for keeping it current. So if the product comes off the market, they are responsible for removing it from the registry. And we think that that sets a different direction for our registry because it is accountable to the membership or accountable to the manufacturers.
A list of supplement brands and photos of bottles on the OWL website.
So if you want to take a look at it, you can go to www.supplementowl.org. But for instance, you can search. So for instance, if you wanted to go in initially and search by brand or ingredient or the kind of claims that were made, you could do that. But this screen represents a search for Smarty Pants, which is a brand in the industry. You might then get a response. You can see there 77 results.
A page of detailed product information.
You can then pick the one that you're looking for and start to drill down. It will give you information about what is the delivery form of the product. Does it have a supplement facts label on it? Some of these products are marketed as functional foods, so they might have a nutritional facts rather than a supplement facts label. It will give you things like, as you can see, serving sizes, ingredient list, and things like that.
A PDF of a label for Smarty Pants supplements.
And then from there, you can even drill down and get an actual PDF of the label so that you can study anything about the product that you want. So this is not only a great tool for consumers, it's also a great tool for retailers, and I think for researchers who really want to drill down and get information and know that what they're looking at is the most current information about the product, because again, it is hosted and paid for by the companies that are in the database.
Regulators should know the industry they regulate. A woman types on a laptop.
So why did we do this? Well, we felt that the regulators really should know the industry that they are responsible for. If you cannot see the industry, then how can you properly regulate it? We felt like our regulators should know what brands and products are being out there and being marketed. As you all know, dietary supplements are not required to have pre-market approval by FDA. They're regulated by FDA, certainly, but they don't require pre-market approval. And the gap that leaves then is that FDA doesn't always know when new products come to market. And we think that they should. We think they should know what ingredients are in the marketplace. So if they do have a problem and they want to say, identify all of the products that have echinacea in them, there should be a way for them to do that. And they should be able to know which products contain those ingredients. So that is what led us on a voluntary basis to create the supplement OWL.
Policy advocacy, mandatory product listing, drug preclusion, inclusion in FSAs/HSAs, a legal pathway for CBD.
But now I'm going to transition to our second area, which is policy advocacy. Because the first item I'm going to talk about is the principle of making the supplement OWL or something like that, making it mandatory on the industry. As I'm sure you learned earlier this week, the ODS database is completely voluntary. Oftentimes, the government contractor will find a label online, put it in that database. The manufacturer may not even be aware that its label is in the ODS database, and there is certainly no requirement that it be there.
Mandatory product listing. So
we got behind this concept a couple of years ago called mandatory product listing, which would require a FDA administered database, and companies would have to notify FDA when they bring a supplement to market and provide a copy of that label to FDA. Again, no pre-market review, but it's sort of like as you pass go, you must let the FDA know that your product is out there in the US marketplace. The proposal also calls that for all supplement labels to be in a public-facing registry so that consumers would have access to it, similar to the way that they have access to the supplement OWL. And we believe that it would make that would make it easier for FDA to differentiate between legitimate and fraudulent products. If they could easily go to this database and look at labels, look at ingredients, it would be a lot easier for them to identify products that are not playing by the rules. On the other hand, if you are avoiding FDA and you're not putting your label in the database, that would be the basis for a violation that your product is misbranded. It would also allow FDA to identify those products in the case of a health crisis where they had to identify everything that had a particular ingredient in it. There is some concern about, well, how would FDA enforce this? What about companies who sit on the sidelines and don't put their products in a registry like this? But I think one of the interesting things about having a public-facing registry that retailers would be able to access is that in many ways it would become self-executing, self-enforcing, if you will, because retailers would require, if you want to be on the shelf in my stores, you must be in this FDA database. And it would be very easy for a retailer when a salesperson comes in and pitches a new product to check the registry and see if it's there. And if it's not in the registry, they most likely wouldn't allow it on their online platform, if in the case of, say, Amazon or any of the big retailers, Walmart, Costco, CVS, would simply not allow it into the stores if it wasn't in the registry. And so while we would hope that FDA would aggressively enforce a registry like this, even if FDA didn't enforce it, we believe that the retailers would pretty much serve as a private enforcement tool to make sure that companies do put their labels in that database.
What is drug preclusion? Scientists work in a laboratory.
Another area that we're very concerned about right now on the policy side is something called drug preclusion. And this is a policy that comes straight out of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. It was part of the amendments of Gahche back in 1994. And it creates a race to market for ingredients. Because the way it's set up, if a drug is already in the marketplace, even if it's based on herbals or botanicals, or if it's a drug based on a form of a vitamin, if the drug gets there first, then you are not allowed to use that article in a dietary supplement. Conversely, if the supplement gets to market first, then the two marketplaces, drugs and supplements, can share that ingredient. And you only have to think about something like fish oils and omega-3s to see a case where the supplements got to market first decades ago, where people were selling fish oils and omega-3s. More recently, these highly purified EPA and DHA were developed as prescription drugs and are now sold under brand names like Lavazza, Vasepa. But the fish oils did not come off the market because they were there first. So this was incorporated into Gahche for a very good purpose, which was to make sure that after years and years and millions of dollars of research, a drug company did not have those financial incentives pulled out from underneath of it by a dietary supplement that would just appear on the market using the same article that was in the drug, and then, of course, undercut the marketplace for the drug. Unfortunately, what has happened over the last several years is that balance between drug interest and supplement interest has tilted much more towards drugs. And we are starting to see drug companies go back and use a research study that was 30 or 40 years old to say, well, we actually studied this ingredient back in the 1980s or the 1970s even. Therefore, we should get a monopoly over that ingredient now, even if it wasn't really commercialized in the intervening time frame. And during that time, a dietary supplement came to market using that form of vitamin B or that form of vitamin D. And both of those are actual examples where drug companies are now asserting drug preclusion in order to force the supplement off the market.
Drug preclusion, potential solutions.
So a couple of things that CRN has been doing in this space. We have filed now 2 citizens petitions with FDA on a couple of different ingredients. And we're now waiting for the FDA to respond to our petitions. If that doesn't work, litigation is certainly an option. We have to wait 180 days after we filed our petition to give FDA a chance to act, but we're now counting down that clock. And then a third option is also to go back to the statute itself and to pursue legislation in Congress that would rewrite those provisions to make them a more balanced approach between pharma and supplements.
Including supplements in FSAs/HSAs. $ spill from a pill capsule.
A third policy area where we are active has to do with including dietary supplements in flexible spending accounts and healthcare savings accounts. I'm betting a lot of you have a flexible spending account where you put away a little bit of your pre-tax money, and then you can use that for qualified medical expenses, things like co-pays on prescription drugs. Now you can even use them for over-the-counter medicines. The legislation we're pursuing would recognize that dietary supplements are a contributor to better health, and that they would be recognized as qualified medical expenses, where consumers could use that money. It is their own money that's been put away pre-tax, to use that money to reimburse themselves for their supplement purchases. We've been doing some consumer research, and we have found that consumers overwhelmingly would like to be able to use their FSAs and HSAs for supplement purchases. But interestingly, even though they want that additional flexibility, they want the option to control how they spend their FSA money, it does not appear that it would cause them to put more money into these accounts, because the decision as to how much money they put away is actually driven by economics, not what is in the allowable expenditures. So another area where we're active on behalf of the industry.
CRN Action on CBD. An article titled Hemp-Derived CBD.
Last example I'll give on policy has to do with cannabidiol, CBD. As many of you may know, Congress did remove hemp from the Controlled Substances Act back in 2018. But when they did, they left in place that FDA had oversight over hemp and its constituents as they would for any other ingredients. And since then, FDA has cited that drug preclusion provision that I was talking about a few minutes ago to argue that CBD cannot be marketed in supplements because it was first marketed as a prescription drug. Epidiolex, the prescription version of very highly concentrated CBD, came to market in 2018 prior to the passage of this farm bill. So there are numerous firms that have provided safety data to FDA. We have made arguments why drug preclusion does not work. We filed a citizens petition with the agency. All of those have been either denied or rejected. And so we are now going back to Congress to ask Congress to revise the statute to make it clear that in the cases of these cannabinoids that come from hemp, that they should be allowed to be used in dietary supplements.
Education initiatives.
And then the last area I'm going to talk about are just some of the educational initiatives that we do. Some are geared towards industry, some are geared towards retailers, some are geared towards consumers.
Supplements to savings.org.
We just recently did some research around the benefits of dietary supplements called Supplements to Savings. It looked at 9 different supplement regimens and their ability to help lower healthcare costs.
A table of supplements and their savings.
So as an example, calcium, vitamin D, well known to help reduce the risk of osteoporosis. Well, that has a dollar figure associated with it. If you look at the number of women who present at emergency rooms for falls and fractures, those emergency room visits have a high dollar value to them. So if we could reduce that by even 15 or 20%, what would that do for healthcare costs? So we looked at, as I said, 9 different regimens. In all of those cases, we found opportunities for tremendous savings to the healthcare system if people would get on these dietary supplement regimens.
False causation of eating disorders. Photos of a man working out and a woman staring at a plate of baked goods next to articles titled, Eating Disorders and Dietary Supplements, a review of the science.
Another area where we have been doing research is around sports nutrition products, weight management products, and a narrative that has started to take hold that these products somehow cause eating disorders and body dysmorphia. It is much more likely that they are the result of these complex psychological problems, but they are not the cause of those problems. So we've now funded a couple of different studies that have looked at the safety of these ingredients, and more recently, even looking at the literature out there to see, is there anything that would support this notion that using these products causes body dysmorphia or eating disorders? And the answer is no. There is no research, despite some of the false narratives that are spun around this. There is no research to indicate that these products cause either of these complex health conditions.
Hashtag SARMs can harm. A warning label over a photo of a muscular man.
Another area where we've been doing consumer research is on something called SARMs. These are selective androgen receptor modulators. They are a dangerous class of ingredients. They are not permitted in supplements. Unfortunately, sometimes we find companies put these products out there and they promote them as if they were supplements, hoping to get under the radar and no one will notice. So we've been doing consumer education to help consumers arm themselves to what SARMs are, why they're dangerous, and why they should be avoiding these kinds of products. We think that, while we need to work on the supply side and get more enforcement from the agency, it's also important to work on the demand side. If consumers know these products are not good for them, they're not legitimate supplements, maybe we can reduce demand as well.
The link between vitamin D and COVID-19. A photo of a patient lying in bed.
We've also been very interested in the relationship between vitamin D and COVID-19. Back in 2021, the former Surgeon General wrote a byline piece calling for doctors to aggressively start testing for vitamin D levels and recommending vitamin D to their patients. There are now over 100 clinical studies looking at the relationship, and they overwhelmingly have demonstrated that, yes, there is a connection between higher vitamin D levels and a lowering of the incidence and the severity of COVID-19.
A website titled Vitamin D and Me.
So we've put together an education center. Vitamin D and Me is the name of the program, where we've collected up all of this research to make it available to researchers, to healthcare practitioners, and to consumers to learn more about the connection between vitamin D. It will take you directly to these research studies. We've compiled interviews with a number of the experts and a number of the researchers in this area, and you can either watch their entire interviews, or we do have clip reels with just the highlights from those interviews as well.
Probiotics, what's inside is alive. Animated probiotics appear next to explanations of quantity, identity, and viability.
And then another area that's of interest to the industry has been probiotics. This is a campaign that's targeting retailers to help them understand the kinds of products that need to be or that should be on their shelves and the ones that shouldn't be. It educates them around how to label these products correctly for the quantity, identity, and viability of the probiotics, and then gives them a lot of resources to help them do a better job of curating the kinds of products that they put on the shelf.
Label-wise. A sheet shows an explanation of a nutrition label.
We have another program called Label-wise, which helps consumers develop their label literacy for supplement products, breaks down the supplement facts label, helps them understand what is the daily value, how is that computed, and how to read a supplement facts box more efficiently. We're also not afraid to criticize other organizations when we feel like they're getting it wrong. This past year, FDA launched some education efforts for consumers, and we were very concerned about the overemphasis on risk that FDA puts into these materials. There's very little acknowledgement that dietary supplements actually do fill nutrient gaps, that they do contribute to health.
Screenshots from websites show red circles around language such as stay safe, health risks.
And instead, they focus on the risk of taking a tainted supplement or a supplement that really isn't a supplement at all.
Content for educators. 15 mentions of benefit, 65 mentions of risk.
So for instance, in their programming for educators, we found a mismatch in terms of the discussion of risk versus benefit.
2022 Consumer Survey on Dietary Supplements. A daily pill container.
The last thing I'm just going to mention is we also compile a consumer survey every year that looks at attitudes, buying behavior, and I'm going to just go real quick through some of these.
A chart shows supplemented Americans over the years 2019 to 2022.
So as I said, we do this every year so we can benchmark it year to year. You can see supplement usage did increase during the pandemic. We knew that. This verifies that. It got as high as 80% of consumers saying that they had used a supplement in the last year. And then in 2022, it did take a little bit of a dip.
The supplement user profile. Female 53%, male 46%. Age, over 55 38%, 35 to 54 34%, 18 to 34 27%. Race, white 77%, Hispanic 15%, black 12%, Asian 6%. Household income, over $50,000 69%, $50 to $100,000 77%, over $100,000 81%.
We can break down that information to find out what do our users look like with a whole host of demographic data.
Vitamins and minerals number 1, others return to pre-COVID levels. A graph shows vitamins and minerals at 99%, specialty supplements 52%, herbs and botanicals 48%, sports nutrition 39%, weight management 22%.
We look at which supplements they are using. Not surprisingly, vitamins and minerals are the most popular, with 99% of supplement users saying that they use a vitamin or mineral. And you can see we also look at other things like herbals, sports nutrition, and weight management as well.
Healthy habits. Users versus non-users. Circular charts show eating a healthy diet, 86% users versus 74% non-users. Exercising regularly, 70% users 58% non-users. Visiting doctor regularly, 79% users 62% non-users. Using tobacco, 25% users 30% non-users.
This I want to spend just a little bit of time on, because one of the, I think, the false narratives that we hear in the industry is that dietary supplement users will take a supplement and then sit on the couch and think that they've done everything they need to do. They don't exercise, they won't eat healthy, they'll feel like that the supplement is a magic bullet for them. And the data consistently shows that this is not true. When we look at supplement users, we find that they are more likely to be trying to eat a healthier diet, they are more likely to exercise, they are more likely to visit a doctor, they're more likely to get a better night's sleep, they're less likely to use alcohol or tobacco. And so really what it does is creates a lifestyle that dietary supplements are part of a series of behaviors for people who are trying to pursue a more healthy life. And this notion that they are serving as a substitute and giving people an excuse not to engage in other healthy behaviors is simply a false story that is not supported by the facts.
Questions? Contact me at smr@crnusa.org.
And that's it. I'm happy to take questions. And if you have more interest in learning about CRN, you can visit us at www.crnusa.org. And you've got my email as well. Thank you. Right.
Patricia Haggerty.
Thank you very much. That was super interesting. We can see that you've been busy. So with that, we're going to begin our Q&A session. And Jaime, Gahche, and myself will be fielding those questions. So I'm going to just ask, let me move around a couple of things. One question, I'm going to start with one question that was asked and answered in the chat, and I don't believe everyone necessarily saw the answer to that. So I'll read that out and then ask the first question that has not been answered. So the question was to Dr. Allen, let's see, here we go. European countries also have GMP standards. Does FDA inspect European firms? And Dr. Allen's answer was yes, we test firms globally. Any firm that imports products into the US may be subject to inspection. That was that one. Now, the first question open that hasn't been answered is, what is the percentage of pharmaceutical and medical device companies audited that have a 483? And so we're going to ask these questions essentially in the order that they came out. So it might be more predominant towards the speaker who was speaking at that time, but certainly anyone can chime in. So Dr. Allen, I think this was for you.
Rebecca Allen.
Okay, I can speak to the dietary supplement industry. However, I cannot speak to the medical device or drug industry for that question.
Patricia Haggerty.
Oh, let's see. Any of the other speakers are welcome to try and answer that if you can.
Jaime Gahche.
No, I think let's go on to the next question.
Okay.
This is also for Dr. Allen. Abigail noted that on one of your first slides, it showed the percentage of the time a firm was not compliant, with the y-axis showing the total number in that year, somewhere between 500 and 600 firms per year. So she's asking, is it safe to say FDA is only able to check 500 to 600 companies per year? And she's just wondering on this statistic, do